Hello everybody, I am your androgynous android game show host from the future, Nathan Blades. Welcome to the Neoncaster Twitch channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you are doing delightful today. Good afternoon, good morning. If you are in the US, I hope you're all doing well. I'm doing okay. Generally, I'm doing well, but I did wake up with a bit of a cold today. So if I am a bit sniffly across the proceedings of the stream today, or if we need to go and step away a little bit early because I'm like, oh, I'm dying, I apologize. Such is how it goes. But it has been a hot second since we last did a tabletop tea time. I mean, you know, we've been streaming on the regular, but the process of actually going and doing some tabletop RPG creation-y bits and pieces has been a little while. But that's okay. It's all good. What we're going to be getting down to today, we've had a handful of streams in this genre before. There was a while ago, quite a while ago now. You would think I would have got through the list faster. Apologies for being unprofessional in that regard. There was a period of time where, as a reward for subbing to the channel, I said that I would design an NPC based around either you or a prompt you gave me for a tabletop RPG setting that I've been passively working on, that I can pull from for any games that I run, called the Rider Research Arcology, which is kind of like an urban fantasy, like paranormal mystery kind of setting. And we've been making good progress across those streams, as infrequent as they are. I'm very sorry again, but I think today I think the fire is in me to go and design another handful of people. We might actually try and finish the list today, actually. Really knock that through. And if we do have additional time on the end, there is some locations that I would like to work on as well. That would be useful for actually a commission that I'm working on. I have been very lucky for people to say that they would like to pay me to go and write some tabletop content for them. So it's an ongoing process, writing bits and pieces of it over time as I go, and a lot of it is actually fleshing out the locations I have in mind for the circumstances that the scenario is in, right? So I figured, what better time than to go and work on that a little bit today with y'all. We're just gonna make sure that we're nice and cozy. I've got my, well, now like 1/3 of a mug of coffee. I must admit, I started my coffee early. We might make ourselves an additional cup of tea as we go. I did actually go out to the supermarket and buy some scones, depends on the part of the UK that you're from. Went to get myself a bit for like a cream tea situation, right? They've got the whipped cream in them and all that. I'm like, yes, delicious. And then as I was getting them out of the fridge for the stream, I looked at the packaging up close, and it said that it had strawberry jam in it, and I am allergic to strawberries, so I bought those scones for no reason. I can't eat them, and I live alone, so I don't have anybody else here who can also eat them. So I guess I'm either gonna pester a neighbor or just throw them out, which sucks, actually. That sucks. But so it goes. More for me for not reading the full packaging of dessert. Just assuming it would have raspberry jam in it, which is the better fruit, by the way. Anyway, we're gonna go and shift over to the workstation, the workspace. Okay, we got that going. And we're gonna go get some jams on. Let's make sure we got the jams going. You know, you can't be working without jams. Yes, let's start here. Okay. You're probably gonna have to tell me how this sits against my voice. It's like, looking at the levels, it seems to be okay. But let me know if it does need to be quieter. I'll turn it down just a little bit more. Fabulous. There we go. Audio adjustment. Professional. I'm professional. So we've worked on quite a few NPC entries at this point. We going back from one of the original ones that we did when we first did these, with Syncopation, Hexpress, Libra, the Cosmic Balancer, which is just such a Yu-Gi-Oh-esque name. I love that. Sir Oculus, Gareth Baker, and Reginald the Archivist, they did off-air. But we then, with the help of Raffi the Owl, we did a bunch of additional one. Reaper, Puck, Monday Colress, which is also a very, very good name. Wallace Willow, and Queen of the Night. But we have a whole bunch more to get on with today. So we're just going to be working our way through this list. Now, I think we're going to go for one of the ones we've been given a prompt first. Everybody's best friend, Deck, YouTuber, product designer, and owner of the Corner Case channel, gave a suggestion for Space Garbage Man, which I like. I'm into that. So we're gonna be working with that first. Okay, there we go. To assist us, as we've had on the previous streams, we have our little dice pool here that we can use for rolling story dice, which I have here. I'm gonna go and get a couple of these. Yes, we can roll them in here and use them as prompts in the circumstances at hand. I mean, I'm actually pretty happy to go and use this assorted roll that I just pulled directly from to get into it. So we've got like a nuclear warning symbol, a padlock, a like passcode symbol, and a flower. Which, okay, all right. Space Garbage Man. I think there's been some video games that are about this particular topic, I believe. The idea that you specifically go out into a location to like harvest scrap from broken spaceships and things like that. Spaceships that have been hit by asteroids or in space combat have been destroyed. And, you know, there are the owners of those spaceships, like the corporations that run those, or even the people that initially had access to those spaceships, want the material on it harvested so they can, you know, make the best use of a failed mission. And that feels like that's generally the energy that we're going for here. Oh, this is a little loud. Hold on. This is louder than the other song. There we go, turn that down a bit. Nice. So yeah, we're going to lean in on that idea. So, profession is to find abandoned or destroyed spaceships and harvest whatever material that can be found. And I guess because of the setting that we're working in is a much more grounded setting some of the time. For those who don't know, the Rider Research Arcology setting is a, as I say, a paranormal mystery. If you're thinking of the likes of Control or SCP Foundation or Library of Ruiner, I think are really good touchstone examples of the kind of setting I have in mind, where the day-to-day takes place in a real, slightly futuristic world, but within that are incredibly surreal metaphysical spaces that can be accessed. So in addition to a real world, there is also a dream world and a cyber world And so because of that, the real world circumstances of this are probably going to be grounded enough where you are unlikely to see characters do space travel in meat space, right? But we can go to cyberspace or to dream space and have that kind of like a setting operate. I like, maybe this is a cyberspace garbage man. So this is a meaning the destroyed spaceships here are ooh, we could take this. How literal do we want to go here? Because switching it to cyberspace suggests maybe that this is somebody who is finding old and decrepit servers and harvesting things. But I do like the idea of there being actual spaceships in cyberspace that you can go and explore and pull apart. So this is maybe our data transfer shells that corporations frequently use to both transport and contain complex AIs or otherwise sensitive / dangerous systems. Frequently, what's left behind is scraps of decaying data, but sometimes important secrets still remain, is hired by Corps to retrieve lost shells just as frequently as assisting scavengers and treasure hunters navigate decrepit servers for where there are rumors of shells still remaining. And we're going to kind of go back over these ideas and condense them down into a more functional paragraph than what we've got here. True to reflecting the job description, this character has an opaque astronaut helmet, though there is a total void underneath. Strapped to his back is a bulky vacuum and data analysis module. Yeah. Okay, cool. I like that. All right. Are there any other major details about this kind of character? What's their disposition like? Because, like, I guess a lot of, like, depictions of janitors and stuff in pop culture are people who are kind of like, well, it's a difficult, disgusting job, but somebody got to do it, and that person's me. So I guess that's just how it is. And that's cool. I am down with leaning into that kind of character archetype. The voice underneath the helmet is gruff and more than a little obstinate, but they've been doing this job, but they've been built. They've been built for this job and have been doing it for cycles. It's unknown if this digital avatar is piloted by a human or an AI in its own right. Cool. All right. Sick. Let's consolidate that down. We also need a name. Let me take another set of 3 dice to work with. Is it coming through on the mic? Yeah, there we go. Ooh. A target symbol, a siren, and like a thermometer. Oh, okay. Let's go for this is Cerulean Protocol. Oh my gosh. Yes, because they sound like an alert type. Yeah, cool. Him. Cool. Cerulean makes a living through finding and harvesting scrap data from what's the term that I used? Data transfer cell from transfer shells. Shells that housed complex or dangerous AI and programs and AI. Yeah, some programs. That have been intercepted or destroyed in the networks. they've been doing this for years. Years. But their origins are surrounded in mystery with an opaque astronaut's helmet. He's been doing this for years. Hiding his face. It's unknown if he's an avatar piloted by a human or an AI. Both scavengers and rival corpse regularly do business with him. A large vacuum pack on his back both extracts and sorts the data he finds. Cool. I like that. And then we got to go and give him 3 positive traits and 1 negative trait to round him out. Let's go with, well, we know that he's been at this for quite a while, so he is a, oh no, data salvaging expert. With both friends in high and low places. And I guess 1 to describe how his vacuum pack works, right? There's like a specific, I'm trying to think, like there's what the chromatograph is a piece of machinery that like looks at the chemical composition of something and then like spreads it out, right? I wonder if it's kind of using that kind of fun terminology of how this data is processed in the vacuum pack. Let's think. So we're definitely going for just calling it. We can call it vacuum for now. But what kind of like what type of vacuum is it? Hey, hi Tom. Good afternoon. How you doing? Yeah, I'm behind on these, but we're working on it. And these can be used in bits and pieces in the future. How's your Saturday going? Oh gosh. It's the vacuum of space. There we go. Good to have a pun in there. Excellent, excellent, perfect. And then a negative trait. Let's see. Is it how he operates? Is he the kind of person that likes to that ends up getting in over his head too frequently? or maybe it's the nature of the outfit and everything. Like it obscures his face, but it's not particularly good armor, right? Apparently me typing completely bricked the stream. Oh no. Apologies. Actually, dun, 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 dun. All right. While you're getting that sorted out, negative trait. I mean, the junk, an armor made from junk kind of makes sense for the character, right? Totally junk armor. Yeah. Cool, into it. All right, nice. Let's go and pick another person. Let's go for Big B's. Who hasn't given me a prompt, but to kind of talk about Big B as a performer, he's a fellow voice actor. Big B is somebody who I have worked alongside on the Campaign Skyjacks podcast in the past. But also, he's been on this channel before for the UK Black History Month. So last October, I did a tabletop RPG one-shot with him and Tyler A. Davis. It was delightful. Strongly recommended. So in addition to kind of doing voice acting in the tabletop RPG space, he's also a speedrunner. You may have come across him before if you haven't already. If you have before, for his runs doing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, the beat 'em up that was released, I guess, year before last. That channels the kind of like 90s TMNT. He has a Casey speedrun in that he's done. Currently has the world record in, or has held the world record in for a number of instances, but it's quite a competitive field right now, it seems. And I think having a character that embodies that rad 90s energy might be a good fit, I think. 90s energy. The session that I had him in was about a journey between an android and an engineer. And I guess in TMNT, like most of the enemies that they fight are also robots. And one of the turtles does machines, as the song goes. I don't know which one it is. I do not know which one it is. Is it? No, Donatello is the party one. Raphael is the angry one. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It's a show that I didn't watch very much as a kid. I feel like I am, despite my age, it is a topic I do not know much about. But machines and building robots are a big thing of both of those. So maybe this is an android-y character, or is related to engineering and machines in some way. I don't think we've had a handful of cyberspace characters now, but I don't think we've had that many like actual robots yet in this list of NPCs. So that would be an interesting addition to how things are going. I guess they probably have a combat capability. Is that the main purpose? Let's see. We could. I'm happy to roll some dice about. Also, we do have an entire pack of tarot cards that we can use here. And these are Vaporwave themed. Vaporwave themed tarot cards. So that might be a nice fit. A nice fit. We'll just move that away. Put this over here. And we go and shuffle them cards. So give it a sec while I'm shuffling. It's been a hot second since I last did any tarot card related bits and pieces, so my memory of the symbology might be a little rusty, but we'll do our best. I do actually have notes that I previously taken when I was kind of actively researching this sort of thing. I can refer to those if I get stuck. The character that he played, Casey, in TMNT, is quite a sportsy person. All his weapons and stuff were like different types of sports equipment, right? Maybe that's something. Okay, we're gonna flip a card. Reversed 10 of Cups. Yeah, that's definitely one I don't immediately know off the top of my head. Immediately opening tarot cards with my full chest and then just not knowing what to do with them. I am very cool and very smart. Hold on. We're just gonna go and get the notebook that I wrote those notes in a while ago. Swords, coins, cups. 10. Transformation. The journey has changed you. Follow your heart until you find fulfillment. Interesting. But transformation, follow your heart. But this is reversed. So, oh, okay. Maybe this is a Bionic Commando kind of situation. Maybe this is, rather than it being an android, it is a cyborg. Cyborg. Someone who, due to circumstances outside their control, now has most of their form replaced with mechanics and metal. Cool, okay. I guess. Oh, they could be like an action movie person. Yeah. Then the stunt's going wrong. Left them in a state where they had to go through a heavy prosthetic replacement. Apologies. Excuse me. Very, very graceful and charming, I know. Sorry. Love to have a cold out of nowhere on a day where you're going to be, assuming you'll be speaking for multiple hours. Replacement. They still maintain a career in TV and film, and are an act as an advocate for what would be the term? Medical cybernetics. And their affordability. Cool, I like that. So we can condense this down. We need a name. We'll go and roll dice for that again, because I quite like using the pictogram dice to decide names. Okay. What do we have here? We have a safe. We have an oof face. And we have people like carrying secrets between them, passing secrets between them. I think Steele is definitely going to be the surname here. Let's see. Trying to get that kind of corny movie name. I'm immediately, my head is kind of going to like movie and cinematography like terms, like panorama steel, but panorama isn't quite it. It feels close though. Syllable length is close. Oof. Is there a specific type of martial art that they're named after, maybe? Krav Steel is too short. I think I need a multi-barreled, multi-syllable first name. Or we could just go with a regular person's first name. We don't need to be as fancy as Cerulean Protocol, right? Patrick Steele. Patrick Steele. Okay, that's another he/him. Martial artist and actor who has stars. Oh my gosh! Sorry, Sorry about that. You know, again, the cold getting in the way slightly. We're good. We're fine. A martial artist and actor who still starring in line of schlocky action movies. Part way into their career, a stunt went wrong and heavily injured him. But he now, after going through a long cybernetic replacement process, yes, he resumed his work, though the roles he acted in are now a little different. With a new look. When not on in particular, his chrome abs aren't his chrome abs, while not really effective, have made him quite popular. Some moviegoers. Is heavily involved in a charity and initiative for effective and affordable is heavily involved in an initiative for effective and affordable medical prosthetics. Trying to finish this sentence, I'm winding myself up the wall. Heavily involved in an initiative for effective and affordable medical prosthetics across the country. Beautiful, love that. So we're now thinking of these positives and negatives. Let's go with, well, he's martial arts expert for one. The spotlight of the fight. The center of the spotlight. Let's see. Is there a specific field of oh my god. He participates, he practices titanium taekwondo. Yeah, I love that. And let's see. Something that kind of reflects, because I guess when you're a celebrity advocate for something, you don't necessarily need to have the academic knowledge of the topic. You're just a spokesperson for it. Maybe it's kind of talking about his audience and his relationship to his audience. Curated in Chrome. Body curated in Chrome. He's very, very handsome in the way that he's been resculpted as a cyborg. Makes sense, makes sense. The kind of drawback, huh? Hey, good evening. It's not that late. Good afternoon, Captain. How you doing today? We're doing tabletop RPG design bits and pieces today. Do you remember when we designed let's see, Libra the Cosmic Balancer a while ago? We're kind of continuing to work through some of these NPC as based on subs. So I haven't done one of these in a while, so I'm very behind, but we're working our way through. We currently today have worked on Cerulean Protocol, a person who's harvesting scrap data in cyberspace, and Patrick Steele, who is a TV and film stunt actor who is now cyberized and is still doing stunt work. I'm trying to think of a drawback for this character. Pushes beyond their limits. I think the fact that a stunt going wrong is what injured them the first time. Having them replace their body with metal. Doodling a suit. Ooh. Ooh. When you say a suit, do you mean like a cyber suit, or do you mean like a three-piece suit? Because you're saying for your trial makes it sound like you're going to be doing a yeah. You mean a three-piece suit for a Phoenix Wright circumstance, huh? Who's defending you if you're going to be on trial? Who's the defense lawyer or the prosecutor? I guess knowing all those, just a normal hedgehog. You are just a normal hedgehog. A normal hedgehog is potentially going to jail if you're being represented incorrectly. But yes, and Gada's here as well. Hello. Chi-Chi will be defending you. So 50-50. You stand reasonable odds. But this is a character who, when they were still fully organic, pushed themselves beyond their limits and got horrendously injured. So I think the fact that they've replaced themselves with bits and pieces of metal has kind of given him the approach. It's like, oh, I'm invincible. If I break, I can just build myself back up again. And the judge is biased, huh? A mindset that has never failed anyone ever. No, of course. But, you know, I wonder, I guess for the people who are actually like stunt performers in real TV and film are probably quite conservative a lot. Like they know specifically to not push themselves into dangerous territory, because if they grievously injure themselves, then their career is over, right? But hey, we're working in the world of fiction here, where people who are stunt people can push themselves beyond human feasibility and still bounce back afterwards. I have been putting off Lemon Yu-Gi-Oh as to kind of do an NPC for a while, because that's such a powerful username, but also definitely like in some ways trickier to work with than others. I also don't know Lemon Yu-Gi-Oh personally very well, so I can't really base what's going on here based on what I know of them. So we're gonna have to kind of go on the name a little bit. I don't know whether either of you have played Yu-Gi-Oh at all, Captain or Gada. If you have, what's an archetype of Yu-Gi-Oh like deck that you've played? I'm interested. I've played a couple. Sure. I mean, I think every it was of the devil when you were a child. I mean, I think like every like collectible card game from the 90s and early 2000s went through a period of it being devil based, because like Magic the Gathering for sure, Pokemon for sure, Yu-Gi-Oh, I mean, that was part of the theme of it. And like there was, I mean, obviously, you know, fuck turfs, J.K. Rowling is a terrible person, but I remember when Harry Potter, the trading card game, was a thing in like 2001. And yeah. Pokemon was the big one that wanted to drag me into a life of debauchery and sin for sure. Yes, the entire set or conceit of like collectible card game. I'm sure that there is some kind of chick tract like good for good Christian girls and boys collectible card game released like a single booster line of in like 1998, but I'm not familiar with it. But okay. In Yu-Gi-Oh, while it started out, we're gonna go on this tangent because it's about tabletop and it's allowed. It's my show. I can do what I want. I foolishly decided to hyperfixate on Super Sentai once I was free to reclaim my childhood. Yu-Gi-Oh didn't get my attention. Fair. I mean, you can't be across them all, right? Like Transformers, for example, really missed my childhood entirely. We were just kind of talking about how I don't actually remember much of the facts of anything to do with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, even though I did watch some of that as a cartoon when I was a kid. So, you know, everybody has their blind spots. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Is quite strange in terms of its theming, because early on, it was, you know, the card game was reflecting real demons, real monsters that were being like summoned in, as far as the manga was concerned, right? But now the different archetypes that you can get in Yu-Gi-Oh, there's one called Libromancers, which is about teens who transform into heroes based on the comic books and manga that they read. You know, there's the live twin, evil twin archetype, which are twin, like a duo of like lesbian VTubers who are also jewel thieves. There is, what's the third archetype? Rule of threes. There is a bunch of like birds who are migrating around the world in funny little aviator caps, who make friends with the other birds that they encounter on the way, and they're apparently one of the most frustrating archetypes to play against in the game. So like a Yu-Gi-Oh card can kind of be anything. But I think thinking of one of the archetypes that exist in Yu-Gi-Oh and working in that realm, I think would be a good place to start. My favorite archetype is because when I guess like learned to properly play in recent years. I sort of knew how to play in the past. Was Ghost Trick. If you followed me playing a little bit of Master Duel on the stream before, if you followed my AI assistant caster play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel on the stream before, Ghost Trick is an archetype that has been played, and it's all about various yokai and slight movie monster theming as well, living in a big mansion, and they like to play trick or treat or peekaboo with the people who wander into the mansion and then vanishing again. We do kind of have, we have done an NPC in that space previously. We did Puck, who's even dressed in like Halloween costumes, so maybe not that. We've already stepped into that territory a little bit. Not the Madolches, who are like high fantasy characters who are made out of cake. There are some very silly archetypes in Yu-Gi-Oh! Gosh. Do we just kind of go classic? Do we even make this do we even? Okay. The big meme of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's card games on motorcycles. Maybe that's what we take the Yu-Gi-Oh! Thing from, and just make this character like a biker, and don't worry about the kind of like actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Theming here. We're just taking the motorcycles part. 5D's not a terrible show. Localized pretty badly, but then that's all of early Yu-Gi-Oh! So they are a biker and street racer. Are we? I mean, I'm a big fan of... I'm a cyberpunk nerd at heart, so going for the, like, Akira-style biker gang. Really... like a ride that they've made themselves. Using... technology that they stole from Rider Agent. The engine is capable of short distance dimensional hopping. Usually to the Dream Realm and back. But if overclocked, destinations are more unstable. Okay, cool. And what about the biker themselves? Maybe we're leaning on the lemon part of this here. I mean, okay, the entire gang, the leader of the gang of bikers. Recognized for their all yellow uniform. Let's see. What is there? Okay, well, this when it comes to kind of like our themed naming around colors, and I want to go and get a good color use. Like, what kind of are we going for? Like an ochre? Are we a canary? A citrine. Are they the saffron strikers? Maybe. We have options. We have options. Goldenrod? Goldenrod, like the... Okay, all right. Yeah. Citrine is pretty good. I do quite like that as a... Oh, I'm torn. I don't know what kind of yellow I want to go for. Or amber. is also true. Or amber is a particular option that we can go for here. Saffron. I'm gonna go for saffron. Saffron strikers. Gang is called the Saffron Strikers. Let's see here. So they're called the Saffron Strikers. That's cool. I want to go and find. I think I need a personality trait for this individual. Let me go and pull another 3 dice about it. Or actually, we haven't used this deck yet, and I try to use it a little bit. The Attic Phantoms, the different like personality types in Disco Elysium, like the different skills. That can be quite fun to pull from. So let's go and do that. Let's go and do that to determine this character's personality, and then we can come up with a name. I'm going to pull 2 of them. We've got Composure, and we've also got Inland Empire. Inland Empire is about imagination, and Composure about, you know, that one's quite straightforward. Keeping one shit together. Straighten your back, keep your poker face. Punches and gut feelings, dreams in waking life. Okay. So I think they try and keep themselves grounded for their gang, right? She keeps herself grounded and stoic for her gang, but the frequent trips into the dreaming world has had knock-on effects on her sense of reality and perspective. Fortunately, that also gives her better control over her bike's engine. What is she called, and what is the bike called? Important questions we need to determine here. Roll 4 dice for this. We have a ghost, or we have a brain, I think. We have a film reel, and we have a television. Okay. Ghost. That's a character. Oh, I mean, ghost in movie or like a horror movie makes me think of like Ash from Evil Dead. So the character is called Ash. I think the bike is called the Brainwave. Okay. Leader of the Saffron Strikers bike motorcycle gang. Ash rose up the ranks after orchestrating a tech heist on a rider sub-branch for understood. No, mysterious is too vague of a word for still under testing and still under testing engine. Which she then installed into her bike. Brainwave. She has avoided agent capture by using the engine to perform short distance dimensional hopping into the dream realm. Though frequent trips to unreality has started to erode her perspective on what's real. Perspectives on what's truly real. Still, she tries to maintain a grounded and stoic persona for the sake of her gang members. Love that. Okay. So, okay. She likes to heist. She's done heists before. Smash and grab, I think, works perfectly to kind of operate that she hits fast and hard and gets out of there. Her bike is also going to be one of her positive traits. Unreal Ride. Oh, Unreal riding skills. Yeah. Or Unreal driving skills. And that she's both really good at using her motorcycle, but also that she can drive into unreality, all in the same tag. Love that. Okay, cool. Leader of the pack. In that, you know, she'll both outspeed people, and she is also literally the leader of a gang of cycle members. And then I guess the like negative trait is I guess slowly unraveling. The road unravels. Love that. Okay. Do we have a surname for Ash? Oh, Ash Devlin. Like Duke Devlin in Yu-Gi-Oh! There we go. We did it. We did it. Easy, easy money. We have 5 left. I'm gonna go with Pixelized Prince next. I think that's pretty evocative of the type of character that could be, actually. I'm gonna continue. Oh, I'm gonna pull. We're gonna pull a tarot card first, I think. Working our way through. Also, give me a second. I need to go nudge somebody. Right. Hey, Cryptid! Good afternoon. How are you doing today? We're working our way through some of these NPC designs. I've been quite slow in getting around to them. I apologize. But here's hoping we go and finish the list today. But we're in the middle of drawing a tarot card or two to give us a prompt to start working with. Yes, this is my desk mat. It is an Games Done Quick arcade-themed desk mat. Although it is maybe in need a bit of a dry clean. Because I also paint at this desk and things like that, so I always end up getting little bits of paint or super glue on it, which, you know, considering it's technically a limited edition thing, there's something about limited edition pieces of everyday use wear, which is a blessing and a curse. It's kind of like, oh, I have a really unique thing to place in my home, but also by using it, I'm slowly destroying something I wouldn't be able to replace. Whatever. But yeah, we're gonna go flip a card. We've got the Queen of Cups reversed. Okay. Yeah. No, decided to get put my hair in a wrap today. A silk scarf wrap rather than kind of like a African wax print fabric. Although I do have one of those. Yeah, something I've been wanting to do more, but never really did very often. Mostly because I just didn't know the ways I could tie my hair properly. But this has been nice, you know. It's nicely kept together. Love deep blue, golden yellow. I agree. Yeah, no. Like midnight blue, royal purple, gold, and black are like my 4 favorite colors. Oh, and electric blue as well. Electric blue is somewhere in that top 5. Anyway. Reversed Queen of Cups. I do know this. So the cups represent emotion, in addition to being the kind of like water symbol of the different signs and of the different symbols in tarot. It's the water one. And the queen across all of the suits represents an internal mastery of the particular elemental type. So the Queen of Cups is somebody with an internal mastery of emotion. This might be somebody who is an excellent manipulator or a really good or an astoundingly empathic, but doesn't necessarily wield that power externally. So that this is, I'm glad that I pulled one of the kind of like royalty cards. I think it fits very well with Pixelized Prince as a name. So this is an internalized mastery of emotions, understanding, and water. used to negative ends because it's reversed. The name Pixelized Prince automatically suggests to me that this is a character that is in the digital space. But what is a ruler? What is a ruler in the digital space? You know, since cyberspace is fully manufactured, the idea of there being a monarchy is kind of irrelevant. So, what are you a prince of if anything? Okay. What are we working from here? Let's see. Because this is the big question to answer. Like, what are they the royal lineage of? Which we can roll some dice about. I'm happy to go and give a prompt to myself. I'm getting stuck. Okay, so we have scales. We have like a little Wolverine style character. And we have somebody drowning. Okay. So we've got balance. This is kind of like this suggests maybe they've got powers of some kind. What kind of powers? Okay. Maybe they are. Oh, The latest in a... No worries, lurk as much as you like, my dear. Enjoy your time. Get comfy and hang out. Latest in a line of... self-modifying AIs that create their next of kin with the intent to then decay in an imitation of human lineages. Mish, hello. Hello. Thanks for hanging with us. We're designing tabletop RPG NPCs today, based on some of some of my viewers who have subscribed to the channel in the past. We're currently designing an AI of some kind who is a ruler. And I want to be able to work in the emotional manipulation-y part of this design. I think is maybe coming through here in the fact that they're trying to act like humans, but not necessarily not to a beneficial end. Each AI in the line has maintained Hey, bees. Bees, welcome. You've narrowly missed us designing a tabletop RPG NPC based on you a little bit. We have recently designed Patrick Steele, inspired by the kind of like rad 90s-ness of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, since you're speedrunning in that is one of the things that people recognize you for. We designed a like Hollywood martial artist stuntman who is grievously injured and has chromed themselves up so they could keep doing the job. Yeah. A martial artist and actor who stars in a long line of schlocky action movies. Partway into their career, a stunt went wrong and heavily injured them, but after going through a long cybernetic replacement process, he resumed his work. Though the roles he acts in are more befitting of the new look, in particular his chrome abs, while not mechanically effective, have made him quite popular with some moviegoers. He's heavily involved in an initiative for effective and affordable medical prosthetics across the country. So yeah. We're currently working on this AI who apparently is Cyber Stuntman. Yeah. That's the energy. We're currently working on this this AI who is part of a line of AIs who make the next one in the line. These are indeed story dice. I enjoy using story dice a lot as part of my idea prompt generating process for things like these. So what server or responsibility has this lineage maintained that they've needed to maintain for so long? Something where manipulation would be of use, or understandings of emotion would be of use. Each AI on the line has maintained the operations of a toy company.
Good morning, DJ Crash.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good. What's going on here?
We're just making our way through. Getting some stuff designed, some NPCs designed. DJ Crash is from the Arcandroid, right? That's like
yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Your favorite robotic, hypnotic, psychotic DJ, bringing you to jam.
The different microphone today is giving you a very different quality. Very
I'm just on my phone.
But I think your short time abroad in the Americas has already given you more of an American accent than normal. It's nice.
Oh no.
Not what you wanted to hear, huh?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I already know that when I talk English, I talk like an American teenager, but oh no, this is too much.
How have you been otherwise? Are you doing okay?
Oh yeah, no, it's been great. We've been going on trips. There's a lot of nature here. A lot of like stuff that like last time I visited was closed is now open, so we're going to see museums, memorial things. So yeah, it's been good, and that I've just been relaxing for the first time in 2 years.
I mean, finding time to relax is always fucking difficult.
Buy that for $1.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
this is like my first proper vacation.
Amazing. Thank you for the 100 bits, Mish. I appreciate it. With the rainbow flag.
Yo,
Heck yeah.
Thanks for that bits.
I think this is the first time anybody has actually given bits on the channel before. It caught me by surprise. But yes, we are in NPC designing territory today, and you can definitely help me bring this one design home. I will read what I've got so far. So this is based on the username Pixelized Prince. an internalized mastery of emotions. We pulled like the reversed Queen of Cups for a prompt here. So it's an internalized mastery of emotions, understanding, and water, but used to negative ends. A manipulator, definitely a digital space character, or they're in the digital space, not digital and in space. A ruler of some kind, but what is a royal lineage in an artificial space like the internet? So we've resolved that
Or moderator,
duh. Maybe. The latest in a line of self-modifying AIs that create their next of kin and then decay in an imitation of human lineages. Each AI in the line has maintained the operations to a toy company where they're also acting as the CEO with a false human guise.
Okay. How strong do you want the MR Beast parallels?
I could see that. I mean, you know, we're definitely not leaning away from political commentary with these NPC designs, considering the settings we use them in.
Is there a doc, by the way, that you're using?
Yes, there is. So I was going to screen share it with you, but if you were on your phone, I didn't know whether you'd be able to see it or not. But let me.
Yeah, I'm on my phone because I'm also in front of a laptop, but the mic quality is even worse there.
Gotcha.
So I can open it on my laptop.
Gotcha. Oh, actually, if you go into on-air chat in the Discord.
Oh, word.
Yeah. The last link that I posted is that. Bees suggests maybe a radical new tech or some kind of secret that separates it from the other AI, and that's why they have to continue building their own successor. So there's some kind of secret to this line that they're trying to keep to themselves.
I'm like, if you're still trying to figure out or give shape to what does that digital lineage take as a form, you know, you got your forum moderators, but you also got, like, in a modern social media sense, you got your influencers, but you also got kind of like your CEOs. Like there's I think a lot of in this day and age of digital neo-feudalism, there's a lot of examples to choose from.
I definitely, that makes sense. Like, I could see like one of the variety of tech bro billionaires deciding that their legacy would to be make an AI that could run a company in their stead after they die. And then that AI has kind of retained that idea that it's something that needs to be passed on, and they make, again, a poor reflection of themselves, and that reflection is just much sketchier and inaccurate as time goes on.
Oh my god, you know what this is? This is what David Cage would think is a good storyline, but we know is a parody. I think, you know, approaching it from the angle of you know, it's so on the nose and kind of like lowbrow, if you wanna call it that. That David Cage would, you know, force it down our throats. But here we are trying to be subtle about that. You know, we're playing complicated with the storyline. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to disparage like the prompt here or anything. It's just you know, like the angle of how, what's the word here? There's a specific word, like the line between parody and failing to failing to hit the mark, kind of.
I mean, have you watched Glass Onion yet?
No.
Okay. It's good. I mean, everybody will tell you whether it's good, and it is. It's a bit silly, but it specifically has a tech bro kind of not main character. He's not the protagonist, but is part of the main cast. That is, I think, deeply parodic in the kind of representation of a person that he's supposed to be. He's just so stupid.
There you go. You know, the self-appointed enlightened monarch that is essentially a CEO of a tech company that has bought himself that position. you have that sort of like Soma mind template, that mind scan,
Mm-hmm.
to create the AI, and that's even more dumbed down than he was in real
Yes.
life.
Okay, we need a name for this tech bro, which sometimes I like to roll some dice about. Sometimes the name just kind of comes to mind. Let's pull some of the dice we've already rolled.
Oh, I mean, if you want like a trademark Ruben
Oh, we
name,
want a
then
trademark Ruben name for this CEO. Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
I can pull some pull out some of the drawers in the old Mind Palace.
We did
Let's.
earlier name one of these NPCs Cerulean Protocol, which I think is probably a
Ooh,
very Ruben character name.
I like that. That's really good. Yeah, that's cool as hell. Let's see. CEO, kind of silly. Um. Fund Edge.
I can see something Fundman or in that.
Fund. Yeah. Let's see. Indiscreet Fundman.
Indiscreet Fundman. Okay. Indiscreet
And he's like, no,
Fundman.
it's an Italian name.
Indiscrete.
Indiscreet.
Indiscreet Fundman, the CEO of Fundman Toys. What a difficult word to pronounce, but that's fine. We're on it now. CEO of Fundman Toys, in a bid to quote unquote live forever, made a digital copy of his own mind to run the company after he is gone.
Ayn Rand is drooling in her grave right now.
However, the digital reflection took on both the rabid urge to be the only person in power of its field, and also to replicate itself.
Endless.
Prosperity.
Have you seen the Alex Garland movie Men?
I have not.
Do you know the premise?
I don't. Let me finish the thought and we'll see how close we are.
Okay.
Each iteration kills the previous. And poorly reflects itself in a new air. That's the word. Endlessly.
Oh, so every time it replicates, it loses some of its sheen, its edginess.
Oh, it's definitely each incarnation is worse than the last time, but the incarnation also murders the previous each time. This is definitely moving into a fucking Yoko Taro side story thing where you're watching a machine life form being like, I will make a child, and then this child pulls a gun and kills the previous machine life form.
Oh my, yeah. I was also gonna say, like, this sounds like the Star Wars the Sith rule of two. You got two strong people, and eventually the pupil will kill the the current leader and then take over and replicate that endlessly. That's really funny, actually.
strangely, the toy company keeps doing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, what works, right? You know, profit margins are up. Oh, what if the toys are like kind of like reflections, like literal reflections of this kind of content usurping that's going on? So you got like I don't know, metaphorical toys that's I don't know, like one of those button punching games, you know, you got like two like fighters in front of each other and you have to like mash buttons. And every time you defeat one another, you have to like switch faces around to show like, oh, I'm the winning boxer now.
It's if you've ever used like an AI image generator, something that you can do is like give it an image, even including its own images, and ask it to make variations on it. And you can do that as many times as you like. But obviously, every time you do that, you get further and further away from the original thing that you put in. And I definitely think that both what the CEO now looks like and the toys it makes have that kind of visual effect. So it's still Rock'em Sock'em Robots, but this toy looks different to what it did last time.
Looks like a fucking Picasso, yeah.
Which I guess means that the NPC is also called Indiscreet Fundman here, because it's the same person, sort of.
Over and over, yeah. I brought up. Sorry, were you done with your thought?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. I was bringing up Alex Garland's Men because that is a horror movie that is extremely creepy because it's about, you know, a woman goes to a small English town for reprieve. Her husband dies under mysterious circumstances, and suddenly she starts seeing the exact same guy in different circumstances over and over and over, and kind of following her around and stalking her. And at one point, like every man in the town starts resembling that guy at the same time. So you've got like many men in the same shot, and suddenly you've got the same actor looking back at her, being all creepy. And there's, you know, as funny as this prompt is, I think there's a potential for, because this is still, you know, Stories of Singularity based on what's the Libraries of Runa, right? So there's still that horror element you can do with just like Uncanny Valley and swarms and stuff.
Oh yes, absolutely. Cool. No, I like this. There's a music video by Childish Gambino for Sweatpants, where he walks through the same diner multiple times, and more of the characters in it are him each time. Love that.
Oh yeah, that video is sick. The lyrics are garbage, but the video is sick.
I mean, the person that he is being as a character in, because what it's not shared across the entire. The album as a whole moves in and out of this very specific kind of like rich, specifically not white boy, but trying to pass as one character. And I'm like, this is a terrible person, but also, yeah.
Also the part where he does the what is it, Cantina theme from Star Wars. What a good hook, honestly.
I can't believe they used that song in a like Disney Channel cartoon for 13-year-olds recently.
Really?
Yeah. There's a cartoon. It's very good, called Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Was previously a comic run that was like only okay, but this animation set. Animated by some of the people who did the most recent TMNT animation, so like big bombastic fight choreography of this like 13-year-old black girl, Lunella Lafayette, who is a kid genius, and her dinosaur that came from a portal of a different dimension. Together they fight crime. Yeah. It's really good. It's really good. But yeah, there's as part of the pitch that they did to Disney to make the show, they animated an entire combat sequence to Sweatpants, but they had to edit out so much of the lyrics to that song.
Oh yeah. It's like the clean version of that, I imagine, sounds like a Parappa the Rapper track.
In places, yeah. In places, yeah. I'll have to link you it. It's very good.
Okay.
I'll find. No, it's also for the sake of chat. Chat also needs to go and see this. It's pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
But while I'm doing that, for each of these NPCs, we have, you know how in City of Mist you had tags?
Yeah, yeah.
3 positive tags and 1 negative tag for each character. So if we were playing this character in City of Mist, the tags that they would be getting bonuses to die rolls against, and ones that would maybe be a negative against is the kind of vibe.
So the positive means that it's a good thing for the player characters.
If they were rolling dice, they would be getting bonuses under these specific circumstances.
Right. Some like definitely about initiating like the war of succession, making the other copy jealous of the current CEO, stuff like that.
Speedy succession, because clearly they're not taking their time if each one is worse than the previous one.
Yeah, there's been imagining like a boardroom meeting and the current CEO is holding a little meeting with shareholders, and the other reflection comes in, kills him on the spot, takes over flawlessly, and no one bats an eye.
I guess something along the lines of kind of like big business is definitely a tag. This is a character that knows how to operate in corporate society, even if they are an idiot.
Oh yeah, like buzzword central. Big business buzzword.
Yeah, I like big business buzzwords. Love that alliteration.
Oh sure, the 3 Bs.
Big business buzzwords, and I guess they are actually good at designing toys at the end of it all, even.
Well, we established that every other toy is just like a weird derivative of the first product. So maybe he's already gotten the perfect design, and he's just really good at milking a concept.
Oh God,
It's like
what's the gag in The Simpsons where Lisa is kind of like, you can't just buy this toy. Yes, the chat immediately do it, but she's got a new hat. Yeah. It's like, you can't buy this new Malibu Stacy doll. It's exactly the same as before, and they're all like, but it has a new hat.
It has a new hat, yeah.
So exactly that energy. I'm very tempted to call the tag "Give It a New Hat."
Gotta get my Simpsons in.
And the negative tag, I guess this is kind of like specifically highlighting in what way Indiscreet Fundman is an idiot.
I guess it would be, no original ideas, right? He can't deviate from his own path, especially as an AI. When he's the human Indiscreet Fundman milked, the one product and got successful. So the AI's got that embedded in its programming where it just cannot ever deviate from its own path. It cannot take in new information, which kind of does not make it an AI. It just makes it seem like an AI.
Forever the same again.
La plus chance, plus de même chose. The more things change, the more things stay the same.
I didn't realize that was the French translation of that.
Yeah.
Forever the same again. Excellent. Cool. Cool. Do you want to immediately jump into one more?
Hell yeah, I'm feeling it.
We have 4 in the list. You're not going to know any of these people, so just kind of let me know which one of these names jumps out to you. Jorbs, or Jorbizzle, as they like to go by. Inelius, Nicalia, and Mix Harry Ann.
I love Mix Harry Ann as a name. So let's go. Are any of them in chat, or is this like previous?
These are previous people who have kind of thrown their names into the ring. It would have been good of me to have done these contemporaneously to when I got these names in, but life be like that, though. At least we're getting around to it. So to give you a bit of rundown of who Harry Ann is, they work in the erotics comic publishing. So they are part of an imprint that help independent comic artists and illustrators get their stuff into books.
Hell yeah! Okay.
They are in the process of doing. They're not directly an illustrator themselves, but they do doodles and stuff on stream from time to time. But yeah, mostly they're kind of helping get them works out there. So they appear at a lot of like UK conventions. Selling the stuff that they've published.
Were they involved with the queer erotica anthology that you were part of, or is
not
that
mine?
different?
But they've been involved in previous because it's been a line of anthologies. Fun fact: there is going to be a new anthology in the works. Hearing it exclusive. This one specifically about polyamory, called Feast. So
okay, that's sexy. That's all right. That's all right.
Hey,
sexy.
you know. So I'm not across this one. You know, I could speak to the non-binary horny experience, but I can't speak to a polyamory one. But I'll definitely be helping yell about that antho once it's available for people to start backing or start submitting for. So if somebody who's listening to this is a comics writer. Doesn't necessarily have to be an illustrator. We'll pair you up with an illustrator, in fact, if you are just a writer. So, you know, watch the space.
Y'all hear these opportunities. You're getting paid. You're getting a platform for what you're putting on Horny on Main.
Hey, I always I like to say that there is a salient difference between being sex positive and horny on Main.
That's true.
Because I don't think I would consider myself to be a particularly horny on Main person at all.
Oh, no.
But yeah. No, definitely funneling your horny on Mainness into work that you can get paid for is always nice. Anyway.
Yeah. Long form horny is an art form, and it requires attention, patience, and a little bit of just getting loose with it. Anyway.
But with all that in mind, I don't know if this summons any immediate thoughts and feelings that a character based on the entity that is Mix Harry Ann could be.
That depends on how like explicit you want this game, because I haven't seen all the NPCs you've written for this, so I don't know the level of. Are we 18 plus? Are we PG?
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, 18 plus is a thing. If we wanted to have a character, not necessarily this one, although it could be, a character who is a sex worker as their profession, that's fine. You know, that's all that kind of space is definitely within the realms of a modern city where people live.
I was thinking, this. Do you remember the Stars Without Numbers campaign we were briefly a part of?
Oh, sure. Were you that particular incarnation of HCE that you played?
Yes.
Had sex work as part of their generalized deal, although I do not remember the finer details of how that was involved.
Right. So the whole conceit of HCE in that campaign was that the civilization where they hailed from had reached such a level of social and technological abstraction where violence done to the body does not clock as taboo and is fully incorporated into like the sexual sensorium, as it were. Um, so in in practicality, he would just be, or they would just be, a remote working like crane gain operator for people stuck in like body mutilation devices or jellification machines, or just getting completely mind wiped, these very extreme acts being pursued by, of course, the freakish elite of that society. Yeah.
Okay.
And the the point of the character is not so much like, oh my god, look at all these sex freaks, but more like, look at how boring their job is in like practice when what they do is really extreme. So it's sort of like a customer service job, and the customer asks you like, can you switch out my leg for a puma? Stuff like that.
Okay, so this immediately speaks. So this setting kind of exists in like 3 realms at the same time. There's the physical space, there's cyberspace, and then there's also dream space. And Ryder as an organization are trying to understand. Oh yeah, this setting is so Stories of the Singularity is a system under which Ryder as a setting kind of uses back and forth, right? If that makes sense.
Sure.
A lot of what Arcana Core would build up to in a larger scope of things is kind of like, paranormal mystery. So I kind of use Ryder as a core hook for designing NPCs and locations and stuff, which I can then transplant into individual games that are not necessarily part of the Arcana Core extended universe or whatever, to kind of use in things. So I could definitely see there being a dream space kind of character who is turned to in a kind of, grant my deepest but maybe kind of secretist desires, and this character's like, sure, I'll do that, fine.
Yeah, and it's like, like imagining someone like being so vulnerable with their extremely like absurdist and like perplexing fantasy, and then this character on the other hand being like, all right, package B, got it. It's like, yeah, you're not special.
Of those from the physical realm who visit it, cool.
Yeah, and it's like people need this. It's the HCE as a character was inspired by this documentary I watched, which was about modern aristocrats or like rich people with bizarre fetishes. One guy like hooked up with this strong woman once a month in a hotel room and just wanted to be lifted up by her. No clothes were discarded. He would just like be picked up and be tossed around the room like a little puppet boy. And after an hour, he'd be like, "Thank you so much. Here's your money. See you next month." And I'm like, this is inscrutable and fascinating and good for both of you.
As predilections go, that seriously harm no one, right? I think a lot of discussions about sex work and the fulfilling of fantasies imply torture garden shit, but I think most people are just kind of like, I just want to be flung around.
Treat me like a beanbag, baby.
I just want a balloon to be in the room for some reason. And you're like, cool, that's weird, but 0 people are being injured or aggrieved in this process. You do you, friend.
Listen, Listen, if I got paid like 10,000 euros just like to draw like a weird portrait on a balloon and start like rubbing it so it makes a squeaky noises, and the other guy gets his rocks off on that, like I'm down. Call me a sex worker then.
Paper
Jesus.
officially stacked. Yes.
Yes. For real.
Mm-hmm. Okay, customer service for fulfilling the fantasies of those from the physical realm who visit it. Thing is, the vast majority of human imagination doesn't match up to the infinite range of pleasures and agonies that this being could provide.
Yeah.
And
this being implying that the Mixharian character exists in Dreamscape is like a Dreamscape entity?
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. Yeah, it needs that those like non-Euclidean powers.
Mm-hmm. You know, eventually somebody is like makes a request that involves quantum to some degree, and they're like, finally, oh my god.
Oh, it's like, yeah, I get to think about this. Hell yeah. I want what's like the theory that every single quark, top quark and bottom quark contains an infinite universe, infinite parallel universe, and it's like, I want you to alter some of these universes to have to engage big head mode for me, and she's like, yes, come at me.
You know,
I want this. This is pleasurable to me.
Nice. Okay. I guess an important question here is this character a daydream or a nightmare? Nightmares being, you know, like the boss characters in Arcana Core. How much of a, even if they are like personally benign, they're not looking to like destroy humanity, but in terms of like power level or like manifestation of dream energy, how powerful is this being?
Right. If the classification of nightmare does not make them like immediately like an evil character, but sort of like rests on immense power, then yeah, I'd say nightmare. But if it's like it's a service that people use, right? So it exists as somewhere along the line it decided like, I want to do this for the people in the city because they need it, and that's inherently benign as a as a relational structure.
Yeah. Technically qualifies as nightmare class, but it's thoroughly benign. Sure. I like that.
Isn't that nice? The thing that could, erase your psyche and turn you into a squid creature, like like that movie The Lobster. But it's really, but once your consent first.
It's that easy. It's that easy. Does this entity have a name? Which I am down to roll some dice about. Or we could even, I have a deck of Attic Phantoms, the skills from Disco Elysium. We can absolutely go pull a card or two from that and see if that helps produce a name for us, maybe.
Yeah. Oh man, I just flash of inspiration. Just imagine calling a being like this empathy.
I mean, I like that. We don't even need to go through the proceeds of the artifice of. I'd be very happy to just call this character just empathy.
Yeah, cause that's like, at the same time, that's kind of sweet, but also really sinister. Damn, we're good.
Hey, this is an any pronoun situation, I think.
Absolutely.
I mean, okay. All right. What I'm going to do then is that I'm going to pull 4 of these, and these are going to be bases for the pro and con tags for the character instead. Give me a number.
Between...
God, how many skills are there in Disco Elysium? Like 15?
Oh no, that's like 36. Give me a good 20.
Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3,
That can make you count.
6. Okay. 24 as it turns out, so we're getting the last 4.
Okay.
We have conceptualization, half
Okay.
light, hand-eye coordination, and authority.
Ah, that's perfect. That's so good. Oh, that worked. Like, I mean, the hand-eye coordination, that's got to be a positive.
Okay, we can work with that first. So, in hand-eye coordination. I mean, it's funny to just call them this without any changes, and I would not mind doing that at all. But also, if we want to think of specific tags that are based on these, we can also do it. Choosing options that are funny is entirely allowed.
I'm always a fan of the funny, as long as if this is getting put into the core book and the rule book.
No.
That
This is basically going to my personal notebook that I then pull
sure.
information from whenever I'm running stuff. So these may appear in other incarnations or whatever in something in the future, right? Maybe not literally, but I like having a list of a little black book of characters that I can just be like, oh, I'll have you.
Sure. As long as you know what we meant, in the future by these, then absolutely the gag is worth it.
Okay, so hand-eye coordination is a pro. Okay. Conceptualization also makes sense as a pro here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like hand-eye coordination because it's like, what you shuffle out, you gotta know how to, if you take a puzzle apart, you gotta know how to put it back together. And the puzzle in this question is a human body.
Interestingly enough, Half-Light is specifically your like physical aggression stat in DE, right?
It's your fight, it's your adrenaline, it's fight or flight. So that could go either way.
Yeah, that feels more like a con, or like the because authority could be a con for empathy, like a negative tag, in that it's kind of like, oh, actually, in the grand scheme of things, while I have all of this power, I'm not interested in actually telling you to do anything or take orders, honestly.
Yeah, like the main example of Half-Light and Disco Elysium I can think of is that if you talk to Gary the crypto fascist, like the moment he starts talking, Half-Light can chime in saying, "You should kill this man now."
Yeah, the little subheading says, "Let the body take control, threaten people."
Yeah, exactly. And that, as like, for me, I've worked in customer service. The times where I was like, I want to kill this person, regardless of their personal troubles or like problem that they're bringing to me. Just the nature of customer service makes someone fantasize about homicide sometimes. I think we can all respect that.
Okay, it's feeling like Half-Light is the negative tag in a kind of like, I I have to try very, very, very hard not to atomize this person who's come to me.
Exactly. Like, imagine you get someone like, actually, you didn't reshuffle my genetic code in the exact way I wanted to, and then empathy is like, I do not have mercy for you. But I should.
Hey, I, as said in this little paragraph, the infinite range of pleasures and agonies this being could provide. And hey, that could just all be agonies, baby.
Yeah. This being is one hop away from being a Cenobite from like Hellraiser.
I need to watch one of those at some point.
Oh yeah. The new Hellraiser is so queer.
So I hear. It was one of those things that's like, it sounds super queer. I should watch this. And that's never actually specifically got around to time to do it while it was in cinemas. So I guess it's now waiting for it to release on DVD or, God forbid, streaming.
I forget though, because it is also a very graphic movie. I don't know if you're good with horror like that.
That doesn't bother me. It's one of those things. It's like in my list of friends that I would like to go and watch queer movies with. Could I put that in front of them and have them be able to watch it? It's limited to degrees. Sometimes movies that I would suggest for queer film nights being like, I could watch this.
If you want someone to just watch like new queer cinema and queer horror movies, like I'm always down for that.
All right, noted. I did spend a Halloween watching Videodrome with my boyfriend, and he enjoyed it as well. So like, if we can watch Videodrome together, I think we could probably move on to specifically queer horror cinema, and would be able to take it. Cool.
Yeah, because I mean, if your relationship passes the Cronenberg test, then it can stand a lot.
What a
more
benchmark! What a benchmark! Yeah. But it's true though.
Yeah. No. I mean, me and Anda, I want to watch Crimes of the Future, but sure as shit cannot suggest that to anyone in my immediate friend circle or even to my dearest partner, because that would just make them call Interpol on me, because that movie is super fucked up.
Okay. Yeah, no, it goes. So it goes. It's those instances where you watch a movie and you're like, oh my God, wow, that was like great. And then you think about it, you start recommending it to somebody else. There was a movie called The Skin I Live In.
Oh shit, yes.
I really liked that movie. And then I started explaining the movie to somebody who was trans, and was like, as I was explaining it, being like, oh, yeah, I subconsciously understood the deep horror of this movie on top of the obvious horror that this movie is. But explaining it to somebody who could understandably find it triggering content and be like, oh yeah, this is a movie's a really hard recommend. Jesus.
It's like you explain the plot and the themes, and then as you do and you gauge someone else's reaction, you kind of like have to slow down, like the tempo and the excitement slows down.
Exactly. Like, just kind of like, is my enthusiasm for this movie going to reflect poorly on me in a way I do not intend?
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been in that situation so many times, because I've been involved with the queer hangout in The Hague, and there's a lot of like movie nights going on in there, and the stuff that gets recommended is Call Me by Your Name, and what is it, like the blah 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 and the Homo sapien agenda.
Oh,
what's the little twin called?
Yeah, I know the movie you mean. I saw it in cinemas, and it was I'm glad it exists for the people who need it. Simon something or other.
Simon versus, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, this is cute. Can we watch the 90s movie about gay vampires giving straight people AIDS? Because I want to watch that with y'all.
Yeah, you know. Powerful stuff, hard to recommend sometimes. Did they take you up on it, or is it a thing that you have to do for a different company in the end?
Absolutely not. I was like, taken into the office, being like, you can't submit stuff like this, Ruben. Like, this is extremely triggering. Like, we did, a recommended viewing, safety viewing, and holy shit. It's like, what do you mean, holy shit? This is awesome. This is great.
Tangential, although it's sort of related in this kind of space. I'm gonna excuse me 1 second. Yeah. I think now is a good time to go and take a stretch and a water break. and we'll be back in 5 minutes, and then I'll talk about the other thing that was related to this topic. But yeah. See everybody in 5. Let's stretch. All right, hello, welcome back. I hope everybody took a good stretch. That you're feeling comfortable. Are you feeling comfortable, Ruben? Have you taken a good stretch?
I've taken a great stretch. I'm reclined like Byzantine Empress Theodora II.
Beautiful.
I've got like a little boy feeding me grapes. That's not true. I don't.
I want some grapes now. I at the start of stream, I was like, I quite like treating myself to like some cake or what have you when I do these. And was at the supermarket and got some scones for myself with like the cream in the middle, and was so ready to be snacking on those. And then as I pulled it from the fridge before the stream started, I took a closer look at the packaging. Strawberry jam in them. Allergic to strawberries, can't eat it.
Oh no!
Yeah, and I live alone, so I have nobody to give these strawberry scones to. But so it goes. But it just means that I get to order myself some dessert. I think once we're done with the stream, I'll get to. Hey, I'll send them to you, Dust Lucky. I don't know whether the Royal Mail would be able to send them over to you sensibly, but
You send them over and like they'll just get strawberry jam, no cake. So they'll all been squashed.
Absolutely. It's only London. Give me the cake. All right. Hold up. I'll email it to you. It'll come out of your CD drive. Make sure to keep it open.
Download a jam cake. Would you?
Gosh. But what I was going to talk about before we went on break, and kind of speaking in that process of like recommendations and finding the right tone for the right audience. I've been thinking a lot about like solo RPGs recently, because it's a genre I've never really touched. The thing I like about tabletop RPGs is the collaborative storytelling a lot of the time. So there's like, a tabletop RPG where it's just me. I don't know what would be a big draw to that for me. And then part of it is like, well, I could do that on air, for example. So even though it's a solo RPG, there's maybe input from chat or whatever, and then it's a collaborative experience in a kind of more roundabout way. There's ways that you could make that happen. But also, me and the style of tabletop RPGs that I enjoy that could be essentialized down to loud anime bullshit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how are you gonna do a teamwork attack if you're by yourself?
But there's an energy there, right? That a lot of the solo RPGs I have come across have either been like wistful, cozy, meditative experiences, or like lonely, wistful, deeply sad experiences, and I'm like, neither of those hit hard enough for me. I don't mind being cozy or being sad. I think the way that I framed it was kind of like, I want to be sad and also be going, yeah, fuck yeah, oh my god, which your Heart campaign is a very good example of, I must say. There are many sad moments in that, but we're like, yeah.
That makes me so happy. I'm always insecure about my GMing skills. So
there's pacing and action and drama going on, and I think the system also encourages it with the way that the abilities work and stuff like that, right? Heart as a system definitely encourages sad, but fuck yeah. And so I was like, well, if I can go on to Twitter or Reddit or whatever and be like, I want a tabletop RPG where you are a cowboy in deep space and it uses cards as a resolution mechanic, and somebody would be like, here's five of them.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, the same must be true of solo RPGs, right? Can anybody tell me a solo RPG that has like high energy and action and isn't high fantasy? And the answer is no.
Hell no.
The answer is apparently just no.
It's I think solo RPGs are they're spreading like wildfire, but they're still in its like infancy.
Hmm.
So not a yeah, you gotta I guess do the work. You gotta put in the work yourself about this.
I mean, I guess. I guess the challenge would be the challenge is to go and write a solo RPG that I wouldn't be bored by, right? I am finding
Yeah.
that space, which is maybe a thing to go and add to the docket of games to make. But it just really caught me by surprise, considering it's so
Yeah.
easy to go and find such niche genres in other spaces.
Yeah.
One did
Yeah.
come up
Oh,
called Rune, which is a high fantasy Soulsborne. So like, okay, but
but also.
it has like a combat system where it's like a 4x4 grid, and you move the enemies and yourself around it. So it's like a little mini tactics RPG. And I'm like,
Yeah.
actually, that's quite fun. I like the tactility of that, and I can use my actual real world miniatures to do that with. And that feels
Right.
cute, you know?
Yeah, it's like points away for high fantasy, but good on the the thought process into because when you go into solo RPG,
Mm-hmm.
I think a fatal flaw in the design process or fatal flaws in
Mm.
these design processes are two things.
Mm-hmm.
The first one being that they're mostly designed to be therapeutic.
Mm-hmm.
And second, they're mostly designed to be, tabletop RPGs without a group of friends.
Mm-hmm.
But you should approach them like they are board games.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That feels like a very strong approach, actually. That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. A thing to
That's
consider.
I'm my exposure and my practice with solo RPGs is extremely limited, but
Mm-hmm.
that mostly comes from the same reluctance that I have that you have,
Mm-hmm.
which is like these aren't for me. I'm not looking to have like a therapeutic game time moment. I'm looking to rile myself up with these. I'm looking
Mm-hmm.
to be like, oh fuck this, fuck, damn it, those
Mm-hmm.
kind of moments. But I've also been like going deep like into board games, and
Mm.
board games are really good at mechanically providing those moments. So
Mm-hmm.
it's you got to combine the two.
I didn't know that they were also into board games. Usually, the people tend to be in one of the four quadrants of tabletop gaming. That would be kind
Mhm.
of like the collectible versus card games, tabletop
Yeah.
RPGs, miniature games, and board games. And there are people I know that are into board games, but definitely not any of the other three and things like that. So I was
Mhm.
like, oh, I'm surprised actually that you're also a board game player.
I'm expanding my horizons, and if I had the means, I'd also get into miniatures, but I just don't.
Yeah, very
So
fair.
and
Very fair.
board games are already very expensive. So
Mm-hmm.
well, but I've been enjoying the shit out of Paleo. It's
Mm.
it's a board game where you we'll get back to designing very shortly,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
we're
good.
just talking about you play as like a Paleolithic tribe,
Mm-hmm.
and the goal of the game is you have to survive. There are no, you have to play with other players, of course, but it's purely cooperative. There's
Mm.
no competitive element. You play against the game itself. It's resource collection. It's inventing getting new idea
Oh.
cards on the board.
Uh-huh.
It's um, stressful in the sense of like we know what's coming. We know that the meat tax at the end of the day is coming. We don't
Mm-hmm.
have enough meat. Go out and hunt like crazy. We gotta
Mm-hmm.
we gotta get enough meat. But what I like about it is that it's strategy. It's communicative.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no, what a lot of board games do is, there's a traitor role, or there's like an evil
Mm.
guy, and that
Mm-hmm.
that jeopardizes the community effort. And Paleo does not have that. It's just purely we're all in this together,
Mm-hmm.
and you got to survive the night. That's important. You get like betrayal's not been invented yet.
Yeah. I also quite like cooperative board games as well. Like I'm used to playing versus board games, so
Yeah.
they don't get me salty like some versus video games, which I really struggle at sometimes. But one of my favorite board games ever is Mysterium, that I would
Yes, I
describe
love
as Ghost
Mysterium.
Cluedo, is probably
Yes.
how it. Yeah, love it so much. There's a digital version of that game actually, which I do have but haven't had the chance to play because it requires like 4 people. Might have to organize playing the digital version of that because it's also super cheap as well.
I would love that. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Like,
Anyway,
I played
okay, so go ahead.
Mysterium with. Yeah, just real quick. I just played Mysterium with my sister, my brother-in-law, and like a couple years ago, and we haven't played it since, but we still talk about it.
Wait, who is the
So-
ghost is an important question.
Yeah, but they're just like talking about how fun that game was, and like the objects, the props you get to use are so cool. It's really cool.
It's really cool. Super quick question: who was the ghost? Who was playing Ghost?
I don't remember. I think it was my brother-in-law.
Okay. Yeah, I usually play Ghost, and there's something about listening to people sort of understand and then drift away from the actual solution, but you're not allowed to say anything, so you're sitting there going,
I know.
It's so funny.
I'm too much of a hint giver to really. I sometimes encounter myself when I'm GMing. I'm like, oh, I have this mystery, and y'all are on the wrong track. I can't intervene, and it's killing me.
No, you're allowed to intervene. I did an entire presentation about how you're allowed to intervene if people are going on the wrong track. Anyway.
Back to business.
Which one of these names strikes you? Jorbs, Ainelius, or Nicalia?
I do love the juxtaposition of having sort of like Inelius and Nicalia. These are Fire Emblem names, and then you've got I'm Jorbs,
which fits the person who Jorbs is actually.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Jorbs is one of the people that helps run Fluffy Barrage, the VTuber Pokemon tournament that my AI assistant partook in in the recent past.
Okay.
Jorbs is a pixel artist, and just generally, especially going by that art style, a scrungly little guy is the best way to describe Jorbs, I think.
Do I hear Goblin?
Oh. Yeah, actually, I would be very interested to see how a goblin could be rendered in this setting, if that makes sense. Because we clearly to do a literal goblin would be a dream space entity like Kim, from the realm of fiction, but maybe that's too easy. Is there a different way of doing goblin without having to do the form of goblin?
I was thinking the same thing, and I already have 2 premises in my head.
Okay.
The first one could be related to another character, which is, what if this little goblin is the product of an empathy session gone wrong? We're talking bioengineering, mutationism, and the Half-Life took over in empathy, and it was irreversible. The dream, the desire was, I want to be a little green guy for like half an hour, and then it's like, no, you're like this now. That's I'll let you write this one.
Affecting the physical world.
Got that sweet biofeedback. The second example would be something of a digital virus. We both love Hypnospace Outlaw. We both probably fell for the Professor Helper trap.
God, yeah. Yeah. It wasn't so much Professor Helper as the wave effect that made the entire screen wiggle nauseating.
Oh god! Imagine if you're wearing if you were wearing like an actual VR helmet. You know, that the people, the users of Hypnospace Outlaw would endorse. Ugh.
I am very excited for Dream Settler, the sequel.
Yes.
So soon.
That's so. Did you know that that the developer is like actually a really serious like
he's a devout Christian.
Person?
Yeah. And also a math rock and prod rock prodigy, which makes sense in both layers. His previous game Dropsy is like a point and click adventure. That
with the clown, right?
Yeah. It's good. There's a lot of it takes a long time to wander between locations, and sometimes the rubbing every item you have against every other item that you have access to takes a very long time. But it's a very cute game, and you can tell that the game is written by a left-leaning Christian person for the better. Yeah, it's neat.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something I gleaned from I didn't play Dropsy, but I did love Hypnospace Outlaw, and you can tell so much time and care, but also appreciation for the human condition, and the through line of it just takes one. I mean the CEO of that is kind of an indiscreet fundman guy, right? It only takes one to screw up and cause like a massive physical harm or ecological fallout to happen.
His apology made me so mad. I was so angry.
just that, and then the follow-up mail of like, he's here too. That made me. The fact that he was part of sort of like the archival project made me feel like I was being stalked by a fucking Resident Evil monster. Like I was feeling the Mr. X feeling.
Mr. X of Tech Bros. Good God. I need to replay that at some point. I know the solutions, but just to go and read all the stuff. Anyway.
Because he added like a big content patch last year, right?
I did play that. A whole bunch of really good new music as well, actually. I think he kind of realized that how to put this in the creator of the game is very white, and the music in the game is very good, but I think reflective of his limited, very good and broad, but still in some ways limited experience as a musician and a fan of music, and that is improved by degrees in some of the music that comes in the DLC, and I was delighted. Very delighted.
Awesome. Yeah. Because it takes courage to step out of Granny Cream hot butter ice cream. it's really You got your Pink Floyd, like the Piper at the Gates of Dawn, which is about gnomes, and then you come back with Dark Side of the Moon, and suddenly you're making actual music, not just for garden object.
Oh yeah, was it one of the? I actually genuinely have one of the fictional bands' records on real ass vinyl. Yeah. Awesome. Hold on.
Is that the? Was it the Frost Punk? I think it was called.
Oh, Cool Punk. No, they didn't really. Clifter Cosmic Pilgrimage, holding it up so stream can see, is like a big, I guess, kind of prog jazz album, because the way it's designed is that all of the music genres aren't real world ones. But yeah, they basically got a jazz musician to do a prog album, and then it was so good they released it on actual vinyl, and I was so delighted to have it. Anyway, I can't. I will talk about my record collection all day if you let me. I am now one of those gays. I'm so sorry.
No, we love a gay with hobbies, right?
uh,
Like,
to,
hey, any queers in the chat, please get a hobby. And if you already do, great. I love
Great.
you.
Yes, no, understood. There is definitely a very specific type of gay with no hobbies, and they are a time. They are a struggle. Yes, have hobbies, lol. Yeah, chat is responding. You do indeed have hobbies, and not all of them are about an anime vampire. Okay.
Wait, me?
No. I'm throwing some specific shade at Captain Hurricane.
Oh, got you. Hi, Captain.
There's a response of Lamau listens, so they know what they know what it's about. I am very tempted by the representation of a virus, but also I think the idea of it being a person in the real world that has been permanently altered by the dream space is pretty good. Oh, no worries, bees. Thanks for hanging with us. Have a great weekend. I'll see you soon. Because that stands so true to like existing real world mythology. For a recent set of commissions, I was reading a lot about yokai mythology.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And a lot of those are about real world animals and objects being turned into yokai, or in some instances, people being turned into yokai under specific circumstances. And I think a contemporary and not specifically set in East Asia interpretation of that style of myth, I think works really nicely. So somebody who, almost in a Gregor Samsa, I woke up as a strange bug one day.
True. Yeah, no, I think that connection and since it also established, I don't know if there's an NPC already that confirms, your physical space, digital space, that makes sense, but dream space to physical space, I don't know if that connection is already in your text here.
Sort of. A lot of this is kept slightly loose. So the way that the shards of the collective unconscious in Arcana Core, definitely that. But also, if you dream in just the right way, if you fall asleep in the right places with the right circumstances, you can end up in the dream space instead of in your actual dreams. That kind of thing can happen too.
When you practice lucid dreaming, but you overshoot it, and suddenly
it's too lucid.
The dream dreams you.
Yeah. So there's many ways of being able to touch the dream and the dream being able to reach back through. Keeping that quite nebulous is quite intentional, because also there's a whole bunch of, SCPs and similar that are like, this is such an unreal entity. Well, it had to come from somewhere. And the crystallization of human emotion into a weird monster. Love that trope a lot.
We love how camp, I mean, I say we, but I love how camp the SCPs get. Like, if you get just scrolling through that whole foundation, it's like, this is either, baby's third creepypasta, or this is someone's lifelong project, but they haven't really watched good horror.
So their world view is limited in what kind of horror they can express.
Yeah, and it's so fascinating, and it's such a, like, I promote the SCP project so much. It's or endorse it. It's such a good glimpse into internet specific horror. And what is Glean Scare, like the SCP Foundation as I think a project started because some people from the 4chan Paranormal X board decided, like, we want to do more with long form writing. And that's how you get, SCP, the chicken statue, the thing that only moves when you're not looking at it. That's how you get the peanut butter monster. That's how you get the plate that, what is it? If you put any Yeah, there's a mint green plate that if you put food on it, it becomes the perfect version of that food,
Huh.
taste wise, but it will give you a life-ending heart attack if you eat it.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it's like that's stupid, but
But
I like
also
it.
like
I
a
like
lot of fun, yeah. Because I've only really
yeah.
like encountered essentially reflections of
Mm,
SCP in like Library of Ruin or Control, and to a
yeah.
degree, the likes of like Welcome to Night Vale is like an audio drama. But I've never actually really read any SCP stuff directly or played any of its
Mm,
video games. I think the video games I could probably stand to skip.
yeah. Yeah.
But
It's not good.
yeah, I want
But
to read some of that at some point, definitely.
I can give you some of the good ones just to give you a little, palette.
Yeah, I would be delighted by
Little
that. Thank you.
Because there are bad ones, but there's also really good ones, and then there's
Mm.
goofy ones.
Mhm.
There is one that's essentially, what if Sephiroth was locked like 20,000 leagues, or like the very deep below sea level, and every 1,000 years escaped and started killing a bunch of people. I mean, that's just fan fiction, right? That's not scary. That's just like, hi, I'm 12. This is my Sephiroth fan fiction.
Mhm.
But that's in there, and that's great.
It's a chocolate box of different concepts of horror writing. Yeah. What concept of goblin, I think, is an interesting question, because I once showed you like a Polygon video of talking about the best video games to be goblins in, and you were like, these amateurs don't really know what going goblin mode really is. These basic motherfuckers. God, amateur hour. So what is the concept of goblin that you really want reflected here, or that you like in general?
So what I adhere to is that, a goblin is not defined by any physical characteristics per se. It has to adhere to I'm trying not to like define it in digital terms. Like a goblin is lawless, is hyper energetic, mostly hyper energetic, and ill focused, mostly through a lack of interest or attention span, and has no regard for social cues or physical cues.
You are maybe describing somebody who has ADHD here in this.
No, I'm not saying that makes you ADHD or
No. That's not. It's not even shade. I've been currently doing a lot of reading and research into that kind of thing for personal reasons. But there are definitely some manifestations of ADHD being kind of like hyper energetic and ill focused with no regard for social mores. You say.
Oops, you've been read. No.
I unfortunately have the inattentive type, so I'm just fucking forgetful all the time and can't read.
Oh wait, I didn't know you struggle with that.
Yeah, it's a whole. It's like I could be candid about this because talking about one's mental health is a whole thing. And in the process of speaking to a therapist and working out if there's like depression or similar versions of neurodiverseness are going on in my life, it just kind of increasingly kind of shook out the more that I read into the various pools of what it could be, and also what I specifically struggle with, which is sitting down and doing long and repetitive tasks, or being able to sit down and enjoy an activity if it means I have to sit still for it, including being able to read passages of text, is something I find incredibly fucking difficult. And apparently inattentive ADHD fits a lot of that category stuff. So I was like, okay, right.
And also having to, put these, not to put you on blast for being meta, but the fact that you like have to make this
make a stream
session
to make me do it. Yes, no, exactly this.
and requiring body doubling, that kind of stuff. Like I reckon that's real. That's really really real. It's you know, I find a lot of like I'm glad you're seeking out that help, and it's great that you're, you know, reading up about that, because it I know from Anda, like she struggles a lot with that too, you know,
Mm-hmm.
but from the moment that you do a lot of research, you get to like have more control over that. You know, the lack of attention and lack of or just like misdirected focus, you know, becomes a little more bearable.
Mm.
Um, and to be told, I've probably also got a form of ADHD, because one time I took one of her Vyvances and I just fucking cleaned the house for 6 hours straight. I was like, I'm going, I'm going
Mm.
for it.
Mm. Uh, I'm not to self-prescribe or self-diagnose, but I think there was a
Yeah,
reason why I found it very difficult to do podcast editing before, and I have a feeling that if even without even medication, even if I just had the tools to make myself
yeah.
focus, that would not actually be a problem anymore. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so it
Yeah.
goes. Thinking about the nature of this goblinization. That's a Shadowrun term, isn't it? Goblinization.
Yeah. April
Uh,
30th, 2021 was World Goblin Day, because
ah,
that's when everyone turned into a goblin in the Shadowrun universe.
I see, I see.
And only
I
I celebrated it.
as far as you know, I think there's a lot of people
Yeah,
who are in to the Shadowrun fandom question mark who
cool.
are also enthusiastic for Goblin Day.
Sure.
But I like the idea that this was something that this character could move, excuse me, in and out of.
Hmm.
But over time, those two layers of their existence became, rather than separate states, like two sheets of cellophane overlaid and became a singular entity, which was then at that point
Right.
irreversible. Um,
Oh, so it's like it began as maybe a quantum thing.
mm,
You know, what you hinted at earlier with empathy.
mm-hmm,
And I like maybe it has the power, like it can sort of like tap into that dual nature,
mm-hmm.
where it can decide who perceives them as a, you know, human,
Mm.
and who perceives them as a goblin. You know, it's a matter, or rather it's not a ability, it's rather like a weird refractive effect, depending on how you look at them and in what context
Mm.
you see them,
Mm-hmm.
as a
Mm-hmm.
person or as a goblin.
I see. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I can see this being a thing of like, oh, I'm going to the dreaming to be changed so people can see me for how I want them to see me, not
Yeah,
processing the fact that we want to be seen differently by different people.
yeah,
And in a kind
because
of like finger of the monkey's paw curling,
mhm,
their reflected self is then horrendously inconsistent, which has now layered into now just being goblin mode across all
mhm,
versions of being
yeah.
perceived.
Like, yeah, you wanna be, yeah, it's different to want to be seen as a goblin in the bedroom versus
Mhm.
being seen as a goblin in greater society. And
Businessman in the streets, goblin in the sheets, I see. Uh,
hell yeah, get that tattooed on my knuckles. Great.
wow, tiny font.
Or a lot of fingers.
We both said that we both saw very different solutions to that problem. Very good. uh, be seen as keep it together, Nathan. Wish to be perceived, unaware of how that could go horrendously wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any... I like the idea, like in text, that there is no visible difference to this person, because the entity of the concept of goblin is a metaphysical one, not a physical one.
Yeah,
But you
yeah.
can tell when they are a goblin, but they look the same.
yes, I want to say like attributes and posture and body language. It's but it's hard to because when you're that's a tough prompt because I really like it and I want to think along those lines, but at the same time it's almost cartoonish to be like when it enters goblin mode, he has a hunched back or something, or he seems to, maybe we can be like he seems smaller than he like he's like the entity that the person stays the same size, but you know how some people like seem tall but aren't because of how they present themselves, and some people just have this short energy to them.
I think we can even lean into how like SCP reports are like written, even though I've not properly done some reading. I know how they're structured, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like people have like have tried to do physical reports or like police sketches of this person when they are a goblin, and what they draw does not match the physical person. They draw a goblin, but they only see, it's that kind of like reflection of perspectives thing. This person stays the same throughout, but the idea of trying to draw them as like if the idea of them going to like a life drawing class as the model, and at some point this change occurs, like mid, and everybody's like, why did the subject change? Where did the previous subject go? But the person has not changed position or pose or anything.
I want to add not the reflection is I don't want the observer to be cognizant. I want them to like question, why did I depict them this way when they're clearly not like that? It's a mass confusion almost. So it's more like the change makes people the change in perception makes people almost like you're gaslight, they're being gaslit in their own perception of reality. This is the longest paragraph we've written. We're really trying to flesh this goblin out.
Oh, what I like to do is like do the stream of consciousness type and then retype it into a shorter paragraph. So
for sure.
Okay, cool. Love this. They arch the dream space one day with a wish. I want everyone to see me as I want them to.
Right.
Unaware of how unaware of, I'm trying not to go into unaware of the multiple facets of the self, trying to unaware. I like actually with the way that we've phrased this, unaware of their own multitudes. The way that they were seen, the way they were seen became in constant flux. Between the mundane and what could only be described as a quote-unquote goblin. The physical appearance did not change, but people found themselves disoriented as they shifted into something else entirely mid-conversation.
Can I offer a name? And I'll just type it out.
Jackal Hides. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Very good.
Stochastic ass name.
The public aren't aware of Stochastic yet, but they will be one day soon, I'm sure.
Coming soon.
Also, even though I did hydrate and stretch Gambit VT without saying as much directly, thank you very much for redeeming those points. We'll actually do some cooldown stretches once we're done. We're almost there. Of the same coin, visible at once. Love that.
Boom.
Okay, let's get some pros and cons for this motherfucker.
All right. Let's see. Pros. Fluid. So can multiple, like, if you're trying to, like, I'm going off of the police report idea, multiple descriptions are true at the same time. Like this is a quantum, not a quantum, this is a dualistic figure. And how to make that sound snappy.
Existing in stereo.
Ooh, okay. Just dropping that. That's, you are good. You are that's a skill you have. Like when I'm just streams of consciousnesses, you're just like, okay, and this is how we define it with a snappy little tagline.
I really like the tag system of City of Mist a lot because it fits with my way of thinking of describing character abilities.
There we
go. Let's see. This is probably one of the few characters where it's kind of like, actually the existence that they're in is mundane and maybe kind of shitty. But I think it's kind of like a passing for normal or something like that. They are actually startlingly good at being able to blend in if need be.
High functioning goblin.
I like that. Is there? I guess the other two tags would be their mundane side and their goblin side. So,
I see that, yeah. But isn't that already kind of covered by existing in stereo?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can, because we didn't actually approach this, like, who was this person before the goblinization. So maybe we can, we don't have to put that in text, but maybe we can hint at that in the tags.
Yeah, I mean, this is somebody who so badly wanted to kind of be understood in a specific way that they would go into a metaphysical realm to do it. So there's something about their mundane life where they're not very easily understood or heard.
This is niche, but what if they like work as a bouncer at like a kink club, or like a gay bar or something like that? A more out there entertainment venue. And because they're a bouncer, you project power outward towards people, making sure that the right people come in and the wrong people stay out. But you never get to experience, you don't get to experience the main events. You only get to experience the aftermaths.
Yes.
And
okay.
That idea of you are part of the establishment, but people see you so differently
Mm.
because of your job and because you have to be, you know, a big person. You have to be the muscle, that, you know, kind of like fed into this idea of like, I want to participate in what's going inside, but I can't because of my job.
Okay, I like that. I think this is 2 tags. The positive tag of deflecting from the self, which is both the being able to blend in, but also being physically resilient. Love
Yes.
a double meaning, but they are always on the outside, especially if they are somebody who is like involved in queer culture in that kind of way. There is a specific type of queer culture that is the gay clubbing scene that's different from queer culture as a whole, and it can be really isolating actually to be in that space but not necessarily part of that subculture within. It's like, oh, we're all queer people here, there should be a degree of linking and camaraderie. Why do I feel like I'm on the outside here? That's very frustrating.
Exactly. Like when the same thing when you're the DJ, or you know, when you're running the bar at these kind of things, like there's still like a physical, the fact that there's like a countertop separating you from the venue space, kind of like has this social function, and then that develops into, you know, this isolation, or this, at least this barrier. I'm also thinking, wait, what was I thinking? No, lost my thought. Never mind.
I think the last tag would definitely be something that a more specific highlighting of a goblin nature here, since we've kind of discussed the metaphysical traits of being a goblin, the kind of like the either the energy or the inattentiveness, or the anarchicness maybe.
Can hyperfixate on killing you dead. There's this joke that's like you as my enemy is my hyperfixation, and baby, I'm about to start info dumping.
Just this is you picture this character as somebody who would have a combative role, huh?
I mean, as a bouncer, you kind of
true.
Kind of have to, but not necessarily. We don't like. I'm loving how like we start out like, let's make a goblin guy, blah, 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 and then this is actually really tragic.
Yeah, I mean, I am happy to go make this last tag something in the realm of queer anarchy.
Yes, I think so. Let's just man, no, I'm actually kind of not shocked, but like perplexed at like how beautiful and well-rounded of a storyline this this character has.
The nature of collaborative writing, I guess.
Yeah. God damn.
Love it. Okay, we have Jackal Hides.
Jackal Hides.
Ooh, should we speed round these last 2? There's only 2 left. I think we can do it in the next, like, what?
Okay, let's go. Yeah.
Let's go and take an Inelius. Inelius is actually a voice actor. He's a Black British voice actor. Somebody I know. I've worked with him a handful of times. He has done a variety. Very recently, he's been a noble character on the Horrible Histories TV show.
Cool.
Yeah. Which, you know, considering as a black guy being a noble kind of like European character in the thing, I'm so glad that they're specifically casting him in those roles. For reasons that I don't need to go into the finer details of, but I'm sure you all understand. He is a really big fan of the Yakuza series. And has enjoyed kind of like voice acting all the characters in it.
What do you see as sort of like a reflection of this wonderful person who's making the art?
It is. I think there is the dichotomy words.
The dichotomy. Let me have some of that.
The dichotomy between a very kind of like grand presence, because he also does host work as well, hosting. So he can have a really grand presence, but also he is a really kind of like down to earth kind of he's better at doing the multicultural London English accent than I am. I do Cockney as my kind of like street level accent mostly, because that's what I grew up in. My neighborhood of where I grew up in has this kind of accent where they don't really have like the Stormzy accent much. He, however, has that background for that kind of stuff, so he has that street level and the kind of like doing the grand level that you would assume would be an RP kind of like well-funded, distanced kind of performance, but it's coming in with the street level performance, and that kind of blend I really like.
Can I compare that to oh man, I should know this man's name by heart. Who was the Run the Block guy?
Oh, the Run the Jewels? Like
No. The sorry.
Attack the Block, the movie.
Yes.
Oh, gosh. I should know this too. I know him because he's in Star Wars. Like, come on.
He's so
John Boyega. Thank you.
John Boyega.
Yes, John Boyega is a very good equivalent here. There is
bringing the John Boyega, exactly that kind of style of performance and background, and not hiding that away and putting that this is I'm doing this for higher society, but I'm still gonna show phonetically where I come from.
No, very much that. Yeah. There is a grandeur, but also down to earthness that I really respect in him, both as a person and his performances. So I think hitting that energy would be really good.
I see that as like a community organizer almost. Someone who's like multicultural, bridging the differences, but also having grown up, or not grown up, but experiencing life on both or like multiple sides of class or race lines, or even city lines.
A thing I have enjoyed recently across a handful of different things, but when there is a physical space to which a single entity is the avatar of. There is the N.K. Jemisin novel, The City We Become, where it kind of talks about somebody becoming the avatar of New York. Like there is like a singular entity who's in charge of, and the health of them reflects the health of the city and vice versa. I really like that. But then there's also, in like larger mythology, there is the idea of the, like entire islands or forests having both a ruler of that domain, but that could also be interpreted as the person who is because the trees cannot speak. That's a representative of the space. Yes.
Yeah, like a nymph or a dryad, or like the Greek kind of idea of what fairies are. You got river nymphs, you've got like Aeneans. There's like another type of that kind of creature, but they're very prevalent in Greek mythology.
And then, like, I guess it's just because I've recently watched through Dimension 20's The Unsleeping City. Very good.
I was gonna say, yeah.
And then there's the character in there who is like the Vox Populi, the voice of the people.
Yeah.
And that kind of energy is something I really like. So maybe this character is hitting that kind of space.
I mean, the character Winston, right? I think.
Yeah, it is Winston. I'm pretty sure.
It's Winston. Yeah, just like, and the way that he's portrayed and loved by the city, but also the way that he is played is so good, and that
Genuinely,
almost like
the best thing about the entire campaign is the both
absolutely.
that character, how the character is performed, and then how it invited everybody to do their best to care about the location that they're in, which
Mhm.
is so rare in tabletop RPGs.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
guilty as a player for not respecting the space that we're in enough.
yeah,
Sometimes that's because maybe a nature of a story is journeying between locations, so you don't get
yeah.
to embrace the intricacies of a single location as much. But I love that, and I want to do that more.
Yeah, I mean, with our heart campaign,
Mm.
our beloved Nathan here plays one Javon Highbury, a detective sort of, in a weird way. Um, you've been showing like a strong attachment to like the main hub city,
Mm-hmm.
and that to me is like a really good example of, yeah, no, like it's about having a stake in protecting what's dear to you, not just in terms of people, but in terms of like, I get mad when I think about the fact that my um, like city, like the city where I grew up in, and the ward that I grew up in,
Mm.
the library there was replaced by a fucking action. And
Action?
nothing against action. There's good products there. It's very cheap. But the
Oh,
fact that
right. Okay. I didn't know what type of
the
shop that was.
yeah, it's like a general store, no notably like low prices, and you can buy like anything there, anything
Understood.
extending into the useless,
Mm-hmm.
trinkets, baubles, that kind
Mm-hmm.
of stuff. And nothing against that store in particular, but the fact that the library
Mm.
was demolished or transformed into that
A cheap place of
makes me
commerce is frustrating. Yeah.
makes me upset. Like that
Mm.
is something that I still am mad about.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of attachment, I think, through the lens of Javon Highbury, but also through like Winston in the Unsleeping City, but also like what we as people, like when you grow up on a street,
Mm.
you criticize it to death, but if someone else from outside that street criticizes
Like,
it, you're
fuck
like,
you, it's
fuck you.
perfect. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Like, what
yeah.
the fuck are you talking about?
London is filthy and dirty and crowded and noisy, and it's perfect, and I wouldn't change it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
for
yeah.
real, for real.
Mm.
That's the vibe. That's the truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like where you grow up, like that's just um like that's a form of love you get with your surroundings, and that stuff I think has to be nurtured
Mm.
in a person, in someone's psyche, or
Mm.
else
Mm-hmm,
you just
mm-hmm.
feel alienated and atomized away from your physical place in reality and society.
Mm. I think not many of these NPCs in this list have are built for like combat capability or have weapons.
Yeah,
I think this character has a weapon of some kind.
because they know they need to
Mm.
protect themselves and others, and unfortunately that requires a form of physicality.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like maybe it's
It's
too on the nose for Einel to have like those kind of the kind of like megaphones with the big spirally cord and then the handset, and then you yell into the handset and that voice is then projected elsewhere.
I mean, it works though, right?
You know?
Like just getting like, and as a representative of the city, or as a ward, or just like a location, you got to be in multiple places at once, or you gotta make yourself seem bigger than you are.
Mm.
And that kind of like voice system, or like projection system, yeah, no, I dig it. I see
Mm.
it.
Yeah, a megaphone that can shake the very earth and send that message over vast distances.
God,
Uh,
that's cool.
yeah. Cool. I like that.
Damn. Oh, what if this character can like shout commands through this megaphone and it happens?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like directing megaphone at the earth, and they say quake, and then the earth starts quaking, as long as it's in, within quote unquote their territory, their governance. Yell up at the sky and go like,
what counts as their ends? Beautiful. Yes. A Londoner term for your kind of local neighborhood is your end.
I fucking love that. That's that's really strong. That's really strong. Yeah.
And I think careful wording, it can be moved by the microphone, not controlled.
Yes, that's good. Yeah,
cool. I just like yelling and then making a office block like move out the way so you can proceed. Like, yeah, that rules.
That's the fuck yeah factor you've been talking about. Man, I love. I can't get over the ends. That is such a good term to describe like what that connection is, to your city. In the Netherlands, a lot of people talk about the buurt, which is sort of like the hood, but you can translate it to the nears, as an NEAR, like what's
nearby you. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like this is the near, like this is our near.
No, I love that this both as a slang term, it also has equivalents in other languages. That's great. I love that.
Yeah.
Any other details we want to add about Ainelius's character here?
How long they dreads?
I literally yesterday was in a one-shot recording of like a druid outsider artist who dressed in African wax print fabric suit that he had painted himself with dreads down to his butt in gray.
Oh my god.
Honestly, the kind of person I want to be when I'm old. I gotta be real with you.
grow gotta start now. You gotta grow them out.
Yeah. I had my hair cut back relatively recently, but it's in the process. Yeah. It's in the process.
Well, you don't need the locks. You can have lock energy.
Dreadlock energy, absolutely. Is that what BDE stands for? Big dreadlock energy.
Big dread energy. Yeah. Right. There's nothing lewd about that. It's
not at all. Not at all.
A black term.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I'm thinking. It's like what I think would be really cool is, normal whatever normal side locks can be, but whenever they're using the microphone and how hard or how
it grows out like fucking Super Saiyan hair.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, I love that.
Let's go.
Okay. I was going to like flip it on its head and be like, he was like the local barber and activist, and being a hub of the community is what made the fiction gather around him and give him these abilities.
Oh shit! Because that's that's where you get all the rumors and all the the families. Yes, absolutely. Oh, local locksmith. Yeah.
A local barber and activist. It's when you subclass in the same type multiple times. Barber and barber.
Barber and barber. So when you dual wield scissors.
A local barber and activist in the city, who became such a hub for the local community that the maybe not the fiction, but a word to describe the kind of like dream space centered on this location.
Yeah, maybe, but I understand what you want to define.
The spirit of the ends.
Yes, absolutely. There's sort of there's this collective, like, rumor mill plus future desires. Kind of like that, like those two concepts together, like what's happening around on the like personal level, on the family level, street level, and what everyone wants together for the ends to happen. Yeah. We said that these were gonna be like, quick fires.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, we got to this pretty quick, actually. I think we're in the space pretty rapidly. Can thrive.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, we give these characters the attention they deserve.
Can thrive with him where gentrification would say otherwise.
Ooh, man. If he has like the power to move, like, to restore gentrified buildings and storefronts. Like, imagine if he can like yell in his megaphone at some sort of fucking, avocado, like hummus, like the modern looking hummus shop, and yell at, go back to what you were, and it becomes, the laundromat that it used to be before the 30-year-old yuppies that took over, whose names are like Carl and Monique. And the laundromat physically appears, from the ground, from like sort of like the history of that building. Oh, that's sick. That's sick as hell. I'm getting excited about this character, and he's all yours.
All within these ends can move under his request. Okay. A local barber and activist in the city, he became such a hub for the local community that the spirit of the Ends coalesced within him to allow him to be the voice for the people on multiple levels. The will of the community can thrive within him where gentrification would say otherwise. Can summon a megaphone that can shake the earth and spread the message far and wide, or within his ends can move under his request.
Yes, absolutely. And that's like element of defending, the ends, like where we grew up in, and this is one, like a tight-knit community pushing back against gentrification, like over-policing probably, and like ghettoification at the same time. Is there, and this is an open-ended, this is a yes or no question, is there a desire to sort of like move his territory up?
I mean, I could see an arc in like, say, Arcology, right?
Yeah.
Where, depending on how the players clash with him, going in not understanding why he's doing the things that he's doing. And then it goes in either a Professor X or Magneto kind of way, where Magneto was like, this is just so untenable, I'm just going to move my community to fucking space. Goodbye.
Yes.
And just that entire district of the city just fucking uproots itself and moves.
Oh, I mean, that's great. I was thinking more of like he wants to extend the line. Like he wants to almost expand his territory for, selfish reasons or communal reasons, but it is a form of sort of like taking back.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I can see that kind of flawed perspective coming in. Maybe even running into another person who's become a spirit of the ends and being like, you can't do this. This isn't just like, your community that needs to be protected.
Yeah, and it becomes like, rival, not like rival communities almost, and inner city conflict just because, but what I want for my community requires that you give up a piece of your community, and that's like that's not how that shit goes.
You've got to find something harmonious, otherwise you'll both be easily destroyed by the people wanting to go and turn your park into a block of flats.
The powers that be love it when you do what's the word? Divide and conquer. Yeah, and when you do infighting, you know, they don't have to lift a finger.
For sure.
Let this be a warning, viewers.
As I say, you know, the political messaging inside either of the stuff that we write, to be honest, is unsubtle at best. Okay.
I know writers who use subtext. They're all cowards.
I probably should read the Garth Marenghi book. I think a friend has it. I should borrow her copy. They went to the signing, so you know he did a little tour around both London and Manchester and a couple other UK cities for the book, like a proper stage show and everything, as I understand. Anyway,
wow.
He's such a small performer technically, but within the UK is so iconic. It's
he's established himself. The dream. Right, tags, right?
Because I'm like, the megaphone is a tag, but what do I call it? I could just be kind of like what is the name of the artifact that this is, right? The magic items list. What is the name of the megaphone?
Hold on, I know where we can borrow a name from, and because this man is kind of like, you know, a nymph character. Let's look up, because some nymphs are like notorious and have like they are named. So we can. I mean, what's sicker than like summoning a megaphone and it has this Greek ass name, you know?
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I'm into that.
We got some land nymphs here.
A land one would make sense.
A lot of names here. Let's see. We got oh sure, Malinois.
Ooh, spelt how?
I'll type it in the thing. Oh, that's not there. I need to be here with my little cursor.
Ooh.
Also the main character of Hades 2.
Oh, sure.
I think.
There we go. Malinois, the rumbling voice.
Oh, I would put that as a comma, or else you're gonna be like, wait, the rumbling voice is a negative tag?
Now it's a Toho spell card. And then I guess the kind of community aspect of it is definitely a tag.
What if he's got like a backup crew and it's the barbershop quartet?
I love that though.
But they're not, you know, wearing the Sunday ice cream striped outfit. They're his backup. You know, they're the community patrol. You know, they're fucking Black Panthers. You know, that kind of outfit with the beret.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking like the Black Panther outfit, but in the red and white candy stripe like a barbershop quartet, but that's just because I'm obnoxious.
Oh, but that goes hard though. That goes hard.
Oh gosh.
Oh man, Adidas, get like a tracksuit with that color.
Oh, it's one of the very rare things that would get me to wear a tracksuit.
This is all free. There's gonna be like an executive who's gonna watch his VOD and be like, okay. Let's not pay these creatives.
I was gonna say like fucking I don't want Shine or Boohoo to at all interact with my stream for ideas. Go away. like, I want to call it like Gossip Central or something like that. Referring to both his barbershop and that he's just kind of like a magnet, an ambient absorption of gossip and rumor.
A phrase that came up in my head is like sponge talk or talk sponge. I don't know. Speech sponge. No, that's not. Sponge is a little. I think a little too moist.
Yeah, there's the term information sponge, which is largely what you're getting at.
Oh sure, yeah.
Which is just absorbing all that information.
Gossip City Central.
Gossip City Central. Love the. It's not quite a portmanteau, but when you have two separate phrases with a linking word in between, and yeah, like that. I think it's like reckless idealist is an easy negative.
Yeah. But I think how old is this guy? Because I think I'm imagining him being older than like in his late 40s almost. So I think that the idealism would have been tempered by now already, and it's more about maybe a little too defensive almost, or like maybe overstepping his boundaries when it comes to interpersonal conflict. But I don't know how to phrase that.
A city's burdens, one man.
Oh sure, we can. Yeah, like he has like a vice that he needs to tap into, because like being this person, being this representative of the ends is not easy on someone's mental state.
Just the idea that it's a will of like Mans is not a politician. Like he doesn't have the, I guess, formal training that is probably required to be able to lead a large community. Like even though he's been around the block, he's existed as the block for as long as he has, but that's a lot of people that he has to, with kind of no resources except a megaphone, be able to enact. That pressure's astounding.
It's astounding, and it's like, do not put this man in front of a camera. He will mess up.
Oh God. yeah. The idea of him having to give a pop quote for any kind of publication, bad idea. What's this motherfucker's name? We're almost there. I'll roll some dice about it.
Yeah. Oh. Nathan, baby, you know what just came into my head? What if his locks were like hydras?
I mean,
that's cool.
I mean that is cool. That is cool. The general prevailing thought on black character design the needle moves back and forth between living hair cool and living hair problematic.
True. Yeah, because it's a little bit, because fixing Greek, it's kind of Medusa-ish, but we don't want that kind of. I mean, I can see the problem there. Yeah,
I do like that, like Twintel from Arms. Astounding, no notes. She's perfect. But I think that is a character design I would love to hit on. Maybe not here.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah,
I respect that. God.
Looking at my little story dice that I've thrown, we've got an open book, we've got like a tower and a turtle, and I think a surname Castle is definitely a good fit here. It's building related, but also he's the protector of his people, so that makes sense. I like that.
You know what I love is that when this sort of has a thing in what's the word here? it sometimes happens in the real world, but mostly in fiction, where black like older men and women have a name straight up from history that is absurdly cool. And I'm just thinking, like, if this man's name was Desiderius.
Oh, you're again gonna have to go and spell that for me.
Yeah,
there we go.
I did. Desiderius Castle. I mean, that's and nickname Des,
Yeah, I was gonna go to Des or Derry.
Derry, yeah.
But no, I like Des.
This is a suggestion, right? We don't have to go this route.
No, I'll take it. I'll take Des Castle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Love that.
This man's my dad.
He's everybody's dad. Is the idea. And
he's adopting. He yells at you at the megaphone. You're my kid now. I was like, okay.
all right, cool. And last but by no means least, we have Natalia, who is somebody who I don't know very well at all.
Okay.
But I know that they're also a streamer, so I just kind of pulled up her, what's going on, and she's been streaming Red Dead Redemption 2 and Cult of the Lamb.
Ooh,
and
cowboy call.
Yeah, I mean, like, revolvers that fire spells. Love that shit. Love that shit. Into it. Ooh, good.
That's
juicy.
Good. What is that game that has like, or is an anime? I forget, but it's like a gun that you load up special shells that have magic properties in them.
I think there's been a handful. There's an unreleased game that Will has called Gun Singers that is specifically about like cowboy herbalists who brew spells of flowers to then make into bullets that you fire that do JoJo's Bizarre Adventure style like stand effects. It's sick, actually. It's very good, but it's not out yet. But yeah, cowboy cultist, into it. Revolver that fires spells, into. I think this is going to be one where we go with our base instincts here and just be like, yeah. Are we going with a Orville Peck fringe on everything, including the hat?
Oh, absolutely. And I'm thinking big ass horse, and the horse got grills.
the horse has gold teeth.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Has a companion horse. This is a modern setting. Still has a horse.
I mean, so Disco Elysium, the sort of like chief of police in Precinct 41, I think. I forget his name, but he's described as going to work and going home on a fucking horse, which is absurdly cool. Yes, this has a horse,
Okay. So modern setting. I mean, yes, Orville Peck is not time displaced. So is a contemporary person who dresses like a cowboy. But I want to know what about this person's drip is more contemporary.
More contemporary. Shit. Gotta be.
Oh, Outlaw Star has the magic bullets in it. Yeah.
Thank you. I was thinking of that. That's such a good pull. Thank you.
Because Captain Hurricane on that anime tip. Every time I think of Outlaw Star, I think of the naked woman in the tube who's the navigator. And nothing else. I don't know anything else about that anime. I remember intentionally staying up very late so I could watch it. Yes! Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
fucking
God.
love that show.
Mm-hmm.
Most problematic homophobic homosexual character in it, but hey, we stand.
The magic bullets drained his health as well, so it was that definitely. I mean, since it's cowboy cultist, is there a degree of anima or blood magic involved here?
I mean, if he's a cultist or a cult leader, then or they, um, you know, put your followers into bullet.
Turn follower into bullet. Fire follower from gun. Okay. Yes.
Mhm.
I think this is a nightmare.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Like can shoot their souls from the gun, but also might sometimes just grab like a teeth, like a tooth out of their mouth, fire that shit. You know, anything goes.
So what strong feelings have coalesced to crystallize into a nightmare for this person? Like what was maybe the individual person or people mundane in the real world that has what negative event has happened to some ordinary person to kind of pull this nightmare from the ether?
I think if it's a cowboy, then it's got to be revenge. You know, done dirty in the past, and instead of going the outlaw star route, decided to, you know, get a magic cult going, to ensure the utter destruction of those who did them wrong. And in so doing, you know, got a taste for power, got a taste for egomaniacal lust, and now we're here.
Yeah. The symbolism of converting people into resources, grist for the mill, is very
Absolutely.
yeah.
Oh, that could be, yeah. I mean, that's kind of like a labor exploitation thing too, right? But I don't know if that fits the puzzle.
Because there's something about that, you know, in like City of Mist, you have the mundane side of a person and then the mythos side of the person. And I'm thinking about what about the mundane side of the person would have them consider sacrificing people be a thing that's possible to do.
Influencers, or you know, if we want to go that way, but there's also like I think for all intents and purposes, this person can be a cult leader as their mundane side, right? Because the cult leaders exist in the real world, and it could be interesting to be like, oh, the belief of their followers give them the mythos to become a nightmare.
Like this is just all one horrendous negative feedback loop that has resulted in this nightmare existing. Okay.
A good cycle of belief and power.
Ooh. Okay. What?
Do we want to drip them out more?
Yeah.
I was thinking like 6-inch heels with spurs.
hard to walk in. Like the heels are the spurs, I guess.
Yeah. That's why they need the horse.
I mean, okay, all right, okay. High heel, cowboy boots. with hidden, cemented, inserted, like lodged within these cowboy boots is like a circular saw that is then used to turn the worshippers into blood and body parts for the gun.
Yo, they stab, the heel into someone's skin, and then just, the saw comes out. Damn, okay. That's not cowboy, but it's metal as hell.
Convert. Yes, of course it's conversion process. Cool. Yeah.
Literally, yeah. This is the final stage of ascension.
Yeah, you should be honored to be turned into your base materials for my weapons and my true ideals.
Yeah, and at this cult, eventually we're all gonna die, but I'll be the last one to go through the gates to the afterlife, because I want to make sure every one of you gets there first. I'll stick around. And do my time here on Earth, and y'all can go to the afterlife. Anyway, let me stick my heel in ya.
Oh god, it's like it's chainsaw heels. There we go.
Fuck yes.
There we go. Now we go. There we go. We got it. Important question, because this is something that I had considered in Arcana Core, but it never came up in conversation. Mostly because the plot was moving at a sort of pace where you wouldn't really be able to ask Agent Shields about world questions. But because the shards of the unconscious and the manifestation of stuff is all about imagination and belief being so strong it coalesces, but this would suggest that cults would generate more nightmares than anything else, because it is a highly concentrated nature of belief in a singular thing. But that doesn't seem to have happened, right? Like within I could say that there are cults in the world and those do have nightmares associated with them, and most cults have a night. But I think it's more interesting to say that most cults do not manage to have the fever pitch of imagination is required here, and so as a result cults tend to not actually form nightmares.
Right, because they can't. It's like you need. It's not about like just worshiping one person and thinking that they're God on earth is not enough to form this nightmare. There has to be, like you said, like this cycle, this feedback loop, and not just the cycle of belief and power, but a direction in mind that isn't just self-interest. So I guess there has to be like a higher political or personal goal from the cult leader to make them a force to be reckoned with.
I think either that, or there is something specifically about how they operate, which is specifically trying to pull creativity and imagination in and essentially corrupt and pervert it for the leader's own ends, right?
Right. So like seeking out the things that they lack and knowing that they can use it to to establish themselves within the mythos.
I think a little bit of like the second boss in Persona 5, Madarame, who's like taking in young artists, and in that obviously he's making them make paintings and taking credit for them. But I wonder if this cult leader is specifically getting creatives externally and just corrupting the creativity in them by making them, just do nothing but paint enshrined works to this person's honor or whatever. Doing something there where it's just kind of taking their creativity and just from probably what they initially assumed was pure narcissism. I'm going to find all the artists in the world, make them make radiant paintings of me, and then everybody will love me because there's I'm going to have as many pictures of me as there are of Saint Sebastian. You know,
Yeah, like one of those oil barons from spaghetti westerns that have like big old wooden mansions with just paintings of themselves. I was also thinking, what if, the first stage of initiation is just like you start painting me. The second page is like you start ingesting paint until your blood becomes another color, and that is the different magic spells for
oh
your
my god.
weapon.
Oh my god, that's fucked up.
Like replace your blood with paint for me so I can turn you into art with my bullet.
And hey, initially that just killed people because you can't ingest oil paint. Bad idea. But as the coalition of imagination in this process, it started working, and that's when things started going really wrong. Okay.
Exactly.
Right. Thus,
we've lost 26 members to, toxic lead paint poisoning. Yes, because they were not true believers. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, that's let me upend this bucket into my mouth.
Glug glug glug. Time for this raw umber to time for this ultramarine.
Bottoms up and the devil laughs.
Love to chow down on burnt sienna. The vast majority of cults in this world fail to how to word this without having to do lore. This is about this person. View cults in the world to capture imagination in a way that would get the attention of the dream.
Yeah, exactly.
X. We've not decided on their name or pronouns yet.
Yeah.
Leader of the cult of the what's a term?
What do you mean? What are you looking for?
Like a style of painting?
Of the pointillism. It's like when you do like miniature dots to create a bigger form, and the dots can be bullet holes. Or chiaroscuro, of course. You have light dark.
I think I in some way I like the cult leader is smart. The cult leader is maybe also not. Like if it's like cult of the Renaissance or something, like I'm a Renaissance and then entirely ignoring that there's a whole bunch of different like art styles in the world that people auto-correct to Renaissance when it's actually multiple different eras and styles of thought that they're being folded over to just old painting. But yeah, I guess cult of the pointillism I think highlights that this is like the most obnoxious art history person who's channeled that into a word of ego worship.
And they just happen to be a cowboy. Like that, it doesn't have to make sense, right? Because people can be like can be whatever they want and still have these extreme like hobbies or interests. So the fact that they're just a cow that dresses a cowboy aside, I think just adds to the flavor of it.
Yeah. A collected desperate and destitute
artist, yep.
From across
Lord knows that there's a lot.
the city and made them both paint pictures of them, but also ingest large quantities of paint to change the color of their soul.
It's to die for.
That's going to be one of the tags, I'm guessing already. These, unsurprisingly, poisoned and dying worshippers were then turned into new batches of paint.
Yeah, new batch of paint for the magic revolver.
This is going to be one of these NPCs that gets a second paragraph. This is a surprisingly complex idea.
What's this one going to be about?
So, a paragraph to explain the cult, and then a second paragraph to explain what the nightmare is, I guess. A negative feedback loop of turning art into suffering. Reshaped X as a nightmare. Riding a
how do we make this? The horse has gotta have some. Is there like a famous painting of a horse? Probably.
Riding a horse made of mahogany and gold leaf, like a picture frame, and retaining the aspect of gold there.
Oh, do you remember the or do you know of the painting of Napoleon on his horse?
Oh no, I'm not familiar.
Okay, there's like a famous painting of him just like riding his horse, and that's a very triumphant looking horse. And we don't have to not the Napoleon horse, but like the horse itself is existing in reality, but looks like it's constantly being painted over as it moves.
Fringe laden and blood-soaked regalia, who uses the bodies and blood. Body and blood.
Oh my god. On that wavelength.
It's why I said it. I knew you'd find it funny. Bodies and blood of the cultists in the magic bullet fires.
Females all swinging on the ceiling like a chandelier. They swing. She's sitting there in a white dress, looking like she could get it, licking the lips of the reddest. Could invest in a head clinic.
The magic bullets say fire. To extract these raw mediums.
That's such a fucked up way. That's worse than human capital, you know.
The cowboy boots. Cowboy boots. Cowboy. I'm falling apart. I can no longer type, it seems.
Almost done.
Have a sacrificial chainsaw lodged inside.
Oh man, what if like on the chainsaw blade itself, so not on the chain around it, but on the chainsaw itself, it had like an inscription. You know those executioner swords. It said like thou will be redeemed or something like that.
Well, okay. Well, we can get into that right now.
Yeah.
So we already have to die for. And I think
if you want like old English sounding things,
the demise be of use. Yeah. And I guess we're gonna call the gun the Crimson Carbine.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. So it's more of a coach gun, not a revolver. That makes more sense, actually.
I know very little about gun, but I know that carbine is a type of gun and crimson is a color. We did it.
Yeah, a carbine is more of a rifle than a revolver. So, but you know, you load individual shells into them, so it makes
sense. Cool. And what is the weakness? What is the weakness tag of this individual?
It's got to be like an art block, right? If the followers ain't painting and they don't want to ingest the paint, then it can be both, like their creativity is running out, but it can also be, you know, the paint. There's no more paint left to ingest.
The paint runs dry.
The paint runs dry. There we go. The paint runs dry. Yes.
There we go. Okay, cool. But we need a name, and then we're done. We did it. We're almost there.
Well, I like to call all my cowboys Mont Blanc.
I mean, we can have Mont Blanc here. How have we not had a Mont Blanc in Heart yet? You need to bring Mont Blanc back. We can still happen. There's still time.
Okay, it's okay. I'll think about that. But I mean, we have Kane as a cowboy.
This is true.
But I'll think about, because I guess Mont Blanc is just my goblins in Mont Blanc. That's my guarantee. It's gotta have a cool name though. Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc, the mountain, Le Montagne.
Oh, so specifically, yeah.
So in French, because he's a dipshit, pretentious guy.
Oh, it's a guy. I was wondering, kind of like I did picture kind of like a Carmen Sandiego but cowboy vibe to this person.
I stand so corrected. Yeah, no, let's make this she/her.
Okay.
She don't need you for shit, but your dick and your veins and your guts and your body
and blood. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Every man take a look when she captured. Oh, such a good fucking song.
We did it. We knocked through like a good 6 or so, maybe even more actually. NPCs.
Yeah, how much did you do before
I did 1, 2 before. I did Cerulean Protocol, Patrick Steele, and Ash Devlin. So I did 3 before.
And we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, baby.
Yeah, we knocked through the whole list. Excellent work.
Shit, yeah.
And I will set aside some time to go and copy this into my notebook. And who knows, in a future tabletop RPG thing, one of these individuals may return, may appear in the space. Goodness.
I will immediately delete this from my history so I don't recognize or read up on them when they appear.
Fair. So it can be a full surprise. I love that. Perfect.
I'm like, Wait, Desiderius? Castle? I know this, man.
They're back.
No, I don't want to. I want the full surprise. I don't want to know what they're about. So
They might not return with the same name or pronouns or something, you know. It's one of those things where they might reappear in a new form, but you'll be like, I remember the original kernel of this. Gosh. Yeah. Shall we, before we go, switching back to our the full screen, let's do some cool down stretches, and then I will pass on the love to somebody else. Because goodness knows, doing stretches is important for sitting at a table. We're just gonna be shaking our hands out first, getting that nice and loose. Yep, getting that going. Then we're going to hands at our sides like this, like we're doing the robot. And then we're slowly gonna turn our palms in and out, just to go, and I am already actually feeling the stress in my left hand.
Oh no, it's too much typing.
So just doing a couple of those. Hopefully chat is also doing the stretches. You feeling it? You don't have to over push it, but just feel that tension there. And then
do you feel all your tendons pop? Yeah, all the cartilage. Yeah.
And then we're gonna let it lean forward and back as well, like we're raising the roof. And then, like, you know, raising the roof.
Like we're in, God, what is it? Obscure Final Fantasy 14 Alexander tier 11, where the song is forward and back, give me forward and back, give me that forward and back. Sorry, obscure as hell.
I was doing a stream, what was it, ranking different robots, and somebody gave Alexander. And I was like, oh, okay, I've seen this design before. And then somebody's like, you need to play his theme, it's important. So
I think it was me.
Oh, well, there we go.
Sonic boom. It's just like bringing it back, rap rock from the 2000s.
So we're gonna, in fists, still wide, and we're gonna make a W with our arms and shoulders. So we're like, Wario is number one. Stretching upwards. Wario is number one. Yeah, there we go. Feel the stretching in your shoulders. Ooh, yeah. Just 2 more. Just keep doing them.
Who needs Ring Fit? When you
yeah. I super fell off Ring Fit. But I should. It's good. It's a good ass game that I'm bad at doing regularly. Okay. And then we're actually gonna do one of the stretches from that. We're gonna put our left arm up, and then we're gonna put that hand on our shoulder blade behind our back. And we're gonna go and take the other arm to the elbow and just let it sit there. Just pull it in so slightly. Just to feel the tension from your elbow to your armpit. You can tell that I need to do this shit too, and I don't do this often enough.
Listen, we're all around our 30s. We all have just like.
God, I'm a creaky bitch. Goodness me.
I know.
I'm like a haunted fucking house.
I was fucking. I was like getting up yesterday, and my knees did like the. And I was like, am I a fucking Victorian house? What is this?
Oh, switching to the other arm, by the way. Stretch that up. Put the hand behind your shoulder blades. And just, God.
Listen, do regular stretches, folks. This is a warning from maybe your not queer elders, because we're not that old, but from someone.
Your queer betters. Ha!
Yeah, take it for what? Do stretches. Take a walk sometime.
I do a lot of other stretches, but not that one specifically, because it's obviously disruptive if you do like that in a meeting or at your desk. But I should just do it more like social mores be damned. Okay, we're gonna be taking
when you take a bathroom break and do it there, you know.
Left arm across the body, the other arm at right angles, just helping Get that push in, feel it in your shoulder. Whoa.
Remember, it should not hurt, but it should strain a little bit.
You gotta feel it. But you don't need to push it too hard where it hurts.
Gotta feel it to make it work. Invite the pain in, but do not allow it to stay. That's also for most things in life.
God. When I used to do fencing classes, but it was with.
Yeah, that's the gayest thing you've ever said.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, that's not true. No,
but a lot of the people who were attending were younger than me and also were already sports people. So in one of the warm-ups, like doing the running back and forths and doing the stretches and everything, and I was falling behind, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna push myself to catch up with everybody else. And I pushed myself too hard, and oh my god, it hurt so much. And I could not explain to them that I managed to do my body a mischief. Because it'd be like, you fucking fossils. So I said nothing and just suffered instead.
God. I felt so old the last time I went to the dentist, and I was on that chair, and it was like at a weird angle, and then the day after, I woke up and I could just not rotate my neck anymore.
Oh my god.
As I was just, the dentist, laying there in a weird position was enough to be like, nah, you're done, man. You're done.
Right. With all that stretching done and we've now cooled down, let's go and pass on the love to another streamer and go on with the rest of our day. Eternal Savvy, who is a tabletop RPG like artist as well as performer, is doing, I believe, a Final Fantasy X-2 marathon stream to raise money for living costs. So please do pass by, go and give them your love. Maybe tip them some coin if you're in a position to.
Yeah. Support the girls, Yuna, Yuffie, and Pain.
Iconic, the lot of them. I love that changing your outfit is changing your class. That's so sick. Anyway, I have been your androgynous android game show host from the future, Nathan Blades. Who have you been?
And I've been, and I'm Tankfly Boss Walk Jam Nitty Gritty, the boy from the big bad city, Ruben. And it was a delight. This was really fun.
We'll see y'all. I'll be back on air next Thursday for some more Pokemon Mystery Dungeon with Raffi the Owl. But until then, we'll see you soon. Farewell. Goodbye.